The Secret of Midnight Lake. Chapter 1. The Missing Girl. The murmur of anxious voices filled the meeting house, a wooden structure that stood at the heart of Salem village like a stern guardian. Every bench was occupied, the townsfolk pressed together yet divided by an invisible chasm of fear and suspicion. Men sat rigidly on one side, their hats clutched in calloused hands, while women occupied the other, their bonnets hiding faces etched with worry. Seating was meticulously arranged according to social standing, a constant reminder of the rigid order that governed their lives. At the front, the most prominent families occupied the best seats, their status affording them a semblance of security in these uncertain times. Behind them sat the modest landowners, merchants and farmers, followed by the labourers and those who lived on the fringes of society. Mercy Hale found herself near the back, beside her mother, Sarah. Their position was not just a matter of modest means, but also a reflection of the villagers' unease toward them. As herbalists, they possessed knowledge that was both sought after and feared, a precarious balance that had nearly cost Sarah her freedom once before. The room fell into a hushed silence as Reverend Samuel Parris stepped up to the pulpit, his eyes scanning the congregation with a piercing gaze. His presence commanded attention, his dark robes amplifying the austerity of his demeanour. He opened a worn Bible, the pages yellowed with age and heavy with the weight of Scripture. "Brethren," he began, his voice resonating through the hall, "we gather under the shadow of grave tidings. Young Abigail Williams has vanished without a trace, and our hearts are burdened with dread." A collective murmur swept through the crowd. Mercy exchanged a glance with her mother, noting the flicker of concern in Sarah's eyes. Abigail's disappearance was the latest in a series of misfortunes plaguing Salem, a community already strained by the ravages of King William's War and the crippling effects of the currency crisis. Resources were scarce and tensions ran high. The war had drained their coffers and taken their sons, while the devaluation of colonial currency left many struggling to trade even for basic necessities. Reverend Parris continued, his tone growing more severe. "These trials are not without purpose. They are the Lord's way of testing our faith, of purging the wickedness that has taken root among us. Remember the words of Leviticus, 'I will set my face against you, and you shall be struck down before your enemies.'" Heads nodded solemnly. The fear of divine wrath was a familiar refrain, one that kept the community in a constant state of self-scrutiny and vigilance against sin. Mercy felt a chill that had nothing to do with the draught seeping through the wooden walls. She could sense the undercurrents of suspicion weaving through the assembly, like a predator stalking unseen. "Let us not forget the Sabbath laws that some have treated with disregard," the Reverend pressed on, his gaze lingering momentarily on the back rows. "The Lord's day is sacred, and any who would profane it invite his judgment upon us all." A few villagers shifted uncomfortably. Mercy knew of the colonial laws that prohibited any form of labour or leisure on Sundays, a strict adherence that was both a religious mandate and a legal requirement. Violations were met with fines or worse, and recent crackdowns had only heightened the community's anxiety. Reverend Parris closed the Bible with a decisive snap. "We must root out the sins in our midst. Only then can we hope for the Lord's mercy and the safe return of our dear Abigail." As the meeting adjourned, the congregation filed out slowly, conversations hushed and eyes cast downward. Mercy and Sarah waited for the crowd to thin before making their way to the exit. As they stepped outside, the cool air was heavy with whispers. "Do you think it's the Indians?" a woman murmured to her husband. "Could be," he replied grimly, "or something worse." Mercy caught snippets of speculation, talk of witches, curses and omens. The recent hardships had primed the village for fear, and Abigail's disappearance threatened to ignite it into hysteria. "Mercy," Sarah said softly, placing a hand on her daughter's arm. "We should return home." "Mother, do you think Abigail is all right?" Mercy asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Sarah hesitated before answering. "I pray she is, but it's not for us to intervene." Mercy sensed the caution in her mother's tone. "But if there's something we can do—" "No," Sarah interrupted firmly, her eyes meeting Mercy's with a seriousness that brooked no argument. "We must be careful. You know how quickly suspicion can fall upon those like us." They began the walk toward the outskirts of the village where their modest cottage stood. The path was lined with barren trees, their branches stark against the grey sky. As they passed other villages, Mercy noted the sideways glances, the whispered conversations that ceased as they approached. "Good day," she offered politely to a group of women. They responded with tight smiles, their eyes avoiding direct contact. Mercy's cheeks flushed. She was accustomed to the subtle ostracism, but today it felt particularly acute. "Do not mind them," Sarah whispered. "Fear makes people forget their manners." "Fear also makes them dangerous," Mercy replied quietly. They reached their home, a small dwelling nestled among a cluster of trees. The herb garden, now dormant in the grip of late autumn, bordered the path leading to the door. Inside, the familiar scents of dried lavender and sage greeted them, a comforting contrast to the tension outside. Sarah removed her bonnet and hung it carefully. "We should focus on our work. There's much to be done before winter sets in fully." Mercy nodded, though her thoughts remained on Abigail. "Perhaps we could prepare a tonic for the search parties," she suggested. "Something to bolster their strength." "That is a kind thought," her mother conceded, "but we must tread lightly. Offering unsolicited remedies could be misinterpreted." Mercy knew she was referring to the time when Sarah had been accused of witchcraft, narrowly escaping conviction due to lack of evidence and the intervention of a sympathetic magistrate. Herbalism was a double-edged sword, valued for its benefits, yet feared for its associations with the occult. "Very well," Mercy acquiesced, though a knot of frustration tightened in her chest. They settled into their evening routine, preparing a simple meal of porridge and bread. As they ate, the silence was punctuated by the crackling of the hearth fire. "Mother," Mercy ventured, "what if Abigail isn't found? What will happen to the village?" Sarah sighed, setting down her spoon. "I fear it will lead to more unrest. People will look for someone to blame." "Do you think they'll accuse someone of witchcraft again?" Mercy asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's possible," Sarah admitted. "These are troubled times, the war, the failing crops, the lack of coin. All these hardships weigh heavily. Superstition can provide an easy answer when reality is too harsh to face." Mercy absorbed her mother's words, the gravity of the situation settling upon her. "I wish there was a way to help." Sarah reached across the table, taking Mercy's hand in hers. "The best way we can help is by staying safe. We cannot afford to draw attention to ourselves. Maybe if we could find some clue, something that could lead to Abigail." "Enough, Mercy," Sarah said firmly. "Promise me you will not involve yourself in this matter." Mercy looked into her mother's earnest eyes. "I promise," she lied, her sense of justice battling with her instinct for self-preservation. Later that night, as she lay in her small bed, Mercy stared at the shadows dancing across the ceiling. Sleep eluded her as thoughts of Abigail mingled with memories of the past, of whispered accusations and the terror of nearly losing her mother to unfounded charges. She recalled the colonial laws that governed their lives with an iron fist. The Sabbath laws prohibited any form of labour or recreation on Sundays, a day meant for worship and rest. Violations were not taken lightly, and even children were expected to adhere strictly to the rules. Mercy remembered how, a few years prior, Sarah had been questioned for tending to a sick neighbour on the Sabbath. Though her actions were compassionate, they were deemed unlawful, nearly resulting in severe punishment. The war had only exacerbated their struggles. King William's War drained the colony's resources, and the recent currency crisis made it difficult to trade for necessities. Barter had become the primary means of exchange, but not everyone had goods to offer. This scarcity fueled desperation, and desperation could easily turn to blame. Mercy sat up, swinging her legs over the side of the bed. The cold wooden floor creaked beneath her feet. She wrapped a shawl around her shoulders and moved quietly to the window. Peering out into the night, she could see the faint glow of lanterns in the distance, search parties combing the woods for any sign of Abigail. A determination settled within her. Promise or not, she couldn't stand by while a child remained missing. If there was anything she could do, she had to try. The next morning, Mercy approached her mother cautiously. "I thought I might gather some herbs today," she said, keeping her tone casual. Sarah eyed her thoughtfully. "Which ones?" "Wintergreen and perhaps some willow bark. Our supplies are low." Her mother considered this. "Very well, but stay close to the house. The woods can be dangerous, especially now." "I will," Mercy assured her, avoiding direct eye contact. With a basket in hand, she set out toward the edge of their property. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and the distant smoke of hearth fires. She collected the herbs diligently, but her gaze kept drifting toward the path that led deeper into the forest, toward Midnight Lake. She had heard the stories, of course. The lake was shrouded in superstition, said to be a place where the veil between worlds was thin. Tales of strange lights and whispers in the night were enough to keep most villagers away. But Mercy was not easily deterred by folklore. As she stood at the crossroads between safety and the unknown, a voice called out behind her, "Mercy!" She turned to see Nathaniel Foster approaching, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. Tall and sturdy with earnest eyes, Nate was one of the few villagers who treated her with unwavering kindness. "Good morning, Nate," she greeted him with a faint smile. "You're far from home," he remarked, glancing at the path she had been eyeing. "These woods aren't safe, especially with Abigail still missing." "I was just gathering herbs," she explained, lifting her basket slightly. He nodded, but didn't seem convinced. "I know you want to help, but it's best to let the search parties handle it." "Do you really believe they'll find her?" Mercy asked pointedly. Nate hesitated. "I hope so, but people are frightened. There's talk of dark things." "Which is all the more reason not to let fear cloud our judgment," she countered. He studied her for a moment. "Just be careful. The last thing we need is another person disappearing." "I will," she promised, though her resolve remained unshaken. They parted ways, and Mercy continued her task, all the while formulating a plan. She would wait until nightfall, when her absence would be less noticeable. If there were clues to be found near Midnight Lake, she intended to find them. Upon returning home, she busied herself with the day's chores, ensuring that everything appeared normal. Sarah seemed satisfied with her daughter's compliance, a relief evident in her relaxed demeanour. "Thank you for gathering these," Sarah said as they sorted the herbs. "They'll be most useful." "Of course," Mercy replied, her tone light. As evening fell, they shared a simple supper. The conversation was minimal, each lost in their own thoughts. Mercy could sense her mother's lingering worry, a weight that pressed upon both of them. "Perhaps tomorrow we can begin preparing remedies for the winter ailments," Sarah suggested. "That sounds wise," Mercy agreed. Later, when the household had settled into quiet, Mercy waited patiently. The sounds of the night enveloped her, the hoot of an owl, the rustling of leaves. She dressed silently, layering warm garments and slipping soft-soled shoes onto her feet to move without sound. She paused by her mother's door, listening to the steady rhythm of Sarah's breathing. Guilt pricked at her conscience, but she pushed it aside. This was something she needed to do. Stepping into the night, she felt a rush of adrenaline. The path to Midnight Lake was faint, overgrown with brush and shadowed by towering trees. As she ventured deeper, the air grew colder, the silence more profound. Every snap of a twig underfoot seemed amplified, but she pressed on. The moon cast a pale glow, guiding her way. Thoughts raced through her mind, what she might find, how she would help, and the risks involved. Reaching the edge of the lake, she was struck by its stillness. The water was like glass, reflecting the star-studded sky. But something else caught her attention, a faint light flickering on the opposite shore. She crouched behind a thicket, straining to see. Figures moved in the distance, their shapes indistinct. Were they searchers? Or was it something more sinister? A sudden rustle nearby made her heart leap. She held her breath, listening intently. "Who's there?" a voice whispered sharply. Mercy's pulse quickened. She recognized the voice. It was Eliza Putnam, her friend from the village. "Eliza, it's me," she whispered back. Eliza emerged from the shadows, her eyes wide with fear. "Mercy, what are you doing here?" "I could ask you the same," Mercy replied, relief mingling with confusion. Eliza glanced over her shoulder nervously. I can't explain now. You must leave." "Not until you tell me what's going on," Mercy insisted. Before Eliza could respond, a shout echoed from across the lake. "Who's there?" a man's voice demanded. Eliza grabbed Mercy's hand. "We have to go now!" They fled into the woods, branches clawing at their clothes as they ran. Only when they were a safe distance away did they stop, gasping for breath. "Eliza, please, tell me what's happening," Mercy pleaded. Eliza's face was pale, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You shouldn't have come. It's dangerous." "Abigail is missing. If you know something, anything, you have to tell me." Eliza hesitated, torn between fear and the urge to confide. Finally, she whispered, "There are those who don't want her found. People who are using the village's fear for their own purposes." "Who?" Mercy pressed. "I can't say. If they find out I spoke to you—" She trailed off, her voice shaking. Mercy placed a hand on her friend's arm. "You're not alone. We can figure this out together." Eliza pulled away gently. "You don't understand. This involves powerful people, people who won't hesitate to silence anyone who gets in their way." "Then all the more reason to expose them," Mercy argued. Eliza shook her head. "Please, promise me you'll stay away from this, for your own safety." Mercy looked into Eliza's pleading eyes and felt the weight of the situation pressing down upon her. "I can't make that promise," she said softly. "Not when Abigail's life may be at stake." A tear slipped down Eliza's cheek. "You're braver than I am." "It's not about bravery," Mercy replied. "It's about doing what's right." Eliza glanced back toward the lake, then back at Mercy. "Be careful, they're watching everyone." "I will," Mercy assured her. They parted ways, each slipping back into the night with the burden of secrets heavier than before. As Mercy made her way home, her mind raced with possibilities. Who were these people manipulating the village's fears? And what did they stand to gain from Abigail's disappearance? One thing was certain, she was now entangled in a web that extended far beyond a simple missing person. The path ahead was fraught with danger, but she was resolved to see it through. Reaching her home undetected, she slipped back inside. The familiar surroundings offered little comfort. Sleep would not come easily this night. Lying awake, she contemplated her next move. She would need allies, people she could trust, and she would need to be cautious. The slightest misstep could bring dire consequences, not just for her, but for her mother as well. As dawn approached, Mercy finally drifted into a restless sleep, her dreams filled with shadows and whispers. The stage was set, and there was no turning back. Chapter 2. Fractures in the Village. The sharp scent of salt mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs as Mercy Hale methodically layered fish into a wooden barrel. Her hands moved with practiced efficiency, sprinkling coarse salt over each silvery body before adding the next. Across the table, her mother, Sarah, bundled sprigs of thyme and rosemary, tying them with twine to hang from the rafters. "These should last us through the winter," Sarah remarked, her eyes focused on her work, "if we're prudent." "Hopefully the stores will be enough," Mercy replied, pressing down the final layer of fish. "With the scarcity, we can't afford to waste anything." "Every morsel counts," Sarah agreed. She glanced up, her gaze softening as she watched her daughter wipe her hands on a worn apron. "You've become quite skilled at this," Mercy offered a faint smile. "I've had a good teacher." They shared a moment of quiet understanding before Sarah set aside her herbs. "Shall we move on to the mending? There's much to be done before the daylight fades." "Of course," Mercy said, gathering a basket filled with garments in need of repair. They settled near the hearth, where the gentle crackle of the fire provided both warmth and companionship. Mercy selected a pair of stockings with worn heels, threading her needle carefully. The fabric was coarse, woven from home-spun wool, durable but far from luxurious. "Remember to use the tight stitch your grandmother taught you," Sarah advised. "It will hold longer." "I haven't forgotten," Mercy assured her, her fingers deftly pulling the thread through the fabric. The rhythmic motion of sewing was soothing, a familiar ritual that anchored them amid the uncertainties of their world. The war had strained resources, and the recent currency crisis made even the simplest commodities precious. Bartering had become commonplace, and self-reliance was more crucial than ever. "Mother," Mercy began cautiously, "have you given any more thought to what we discussed?" Sarah paused, looking up with a guarded expression. "If you're referring to Abigail's disappearance, I thought we agreed to leave that matter to others." "I know," Mercy said softly, "but I can't help feeling that we might be able to assist in some way." Sarah sighed, her eyes reflecting a mix of concern and resignation. "Our position is already precarious. Offering unsolicited help could invite unwanted attention." "Perhaps if we were discreet," Mercy suggested, "we could provide some remedies to the search parties, to keep up their strength." "Even the best intentions can be misconstrued," Sarah warned gently, "especially given our—" She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "Given our practices?" Mercy understood the unspoken implication. Their knowledge of herbs and healing was a double-edged sword, valued in times of need, but easily twisted into accusations of witchcraft. The memory of her mother's near persecution lingered like a shadow. "You're right," Mercy conceded, though her heart remained restless. A soft chime sounded from the corner, a delicate bell that marked the hour. Sarah set aside her sewing. "It's time for our evening prayers." They knelt beside their chairs, hands clasped and heads bowed. Sarah began, her voice steady and reverent. Heavenly Father, we thank Thee for the blessings of this day. Grant us wisdom to navigate the challenges before us and protect those who are lost. Amen, Mercy echoed, the words a balm to her troubled spirit. As they rose, a knock at the door startled them. Exchanging a glance with her mother, Mercy moved to answer it. "Good evening," Eliza Putnam greeted, standing on the threshold with a gracious smile. Clad in a gown of soft burgundy wool, adorned with subtle embroidery at the cuffs and collar, she embodied the refinement afforded to the village's upper class. The richness of the fabric and the elegance of the design were privileges permitted by the sumptuary laws, a visible marker of her family's status. "Eliza, what a pleasant surprise," Mercy said, stepping aside to allow her entry. "Forgive the unannounced visit," Eliza said, her gaze taking in the humble surroundings with genuine warmth. "I was hoping we might spend some time together." "You're most welcome here," Sarah assured her. "Can I offer you some tea?" "That would be lovely, thank you," Eliza replied. They moved to the modest sitting area where Mercy cleared away her sewing to make space. Eliza settled gracefully into a chair, her posture impeccable. "It's been too long since we've had a proper visit," Mercy remarked, taking a seat opposite her friend. "Indeed," Eliza agreed. "Father has kept me quite occupied with preparations for the upcoming harvest festival." "I imagine there's much to arrange," Mercy said. "Your family always hosts the finest gatherings." Eliza smiled modestly. "We do our best to uphold tradition." Sarah returned with a tray bearing 3 steaming cups of herbal tea. "I thought chamomile might be soothing," she said, handing a cup to Eliza. "Thank you, Mrs. Hale," Eliza said sincerely. "It's one of my favourites." They sipped their tea in companionable silence for a moment. Mercy couldn't help but notice the contrast between Eliza's attire and her own, a simple dress of undyed linen, practical and unadorned. The sumptuary laws were explicit in their restrictions, dictating not only what one could wear, but also reinforcing the social hierarchy that governed their lives. "How have you been keeping, Mercy?" Eliza inquired, her eyes reflecting genuine interest. "Well enough," Mercy replied. "We've been busy with preparations for winter." "Father mentioned that supplies have been scarce," Eliza noted. "The war has made imports unreliable." "That's true," Sarah interjected. "We've had to rely more on our own resources." Eliza nodded thoughtfully. "It's admirable how self-sufficient you are." "We manage," Mercy said with a faint smile. A brief silence settled over them before Eliza leaned in slightly. "Have you heard any news about Abigail?" Mercy's attention sharpened. "Only that the search continues." Eliza lowered her voice. "There are rumours circulating." "What sort of rumours?" Mercy asked cautiously. Eliza glanced towards Sarah, then back to Mercy. "Perhaps we might take a walk. I'd like to speak with you privately." Mercy looked to her mother, who gave a subtle nod of assent. "Of course." They donned their shawls and stepped outside, the evening air cool but pleasant. The village was quieting down, the bustle of the day giving way to the stillness of nightfall. "What's troubling you?" Mercy prompted as they strolled along the path. Eliza hesitated before speaking. "I've heard whispers about strange symbols appearing near Midnight Lake." "Symbols?" Mercy echoed, her curiosity piqued. "Yes," Eliza confirmed, "carved into trees and rocks. Some say they are marks of witchcraft." Mercy considered this. "Have you seen them yourself?" "No," Eliza admitted, "but Father seems concerned. He's forbidden me from going near the area." "Do you think there's any merit to the rumours?" Mercy asked. Eliza sighed softly. "I don't know, but with Abigail missing, tensions are high. People are quick to assign blame." "Fear can cloud judgment," Mercy observed. "Indeed," Eliza agreed. She studied Mercy for a moment. You seem unafraid. Mercy met her gaze steadily. I believe in seeking the truth. A hint of admiration flickered in Eliza's eyes. I envy your courage. It's not courage, Mercy demurred. Perhaps just stubbornness. They shared a quiet laugh, the moment easing the weight of their concerns. Be cautious, Mercy, Eliza advised gently. I wouldn't want you to become entangled in unfounded accusations. I appreciate your concern, Mercy said sincerely, but I can't ignore the feeling that there's more to this. Eliza reached out to squeeze her hand. Just promise me you'll be careful. I will, Mercy assured her. As they made their way back, the sky began to deepen into shades of indigo, stars emerging like distant lanterns. Will you be attending the service tomorrow? Eliza inquired. Yes, Mercy replied. Mother and I always do. Perhaps we can sit together afterward, Eliza suggested. I'd like that. I would too, Mercy agreed. They parted with warm farewells, and Mercy returned to the cottage lost in thought. The mention of symbols near Midnight Lake stirred a sense of intrigue she couldn't ignore. Inside, Sarah was tidying up the kitchen. Did you have a pleasant walk? Yes, Mercy replied, hanging her shawl. Eliza shared some interesting news. Oh? Sarah prompted. She said there are strange symbols appearing near the lake, Mercy explained. People are talking. Sarah's expression tightened subtly. You mustn't pay heed to idle gossip. I don't think it's just gossip, Mercy countered gently. Perhaps it's something worth looking into. Mercy, Sarah said firmly. We've discussed the importance of minding our own affairs. I understand, Mercy conceded, though a flicker of defiance sparked within her. Let's have our evening prayers, Sarah suggested, her tone brooking no argument. They knelt together once more, the familiar ritual offering solace even as unspoken tensions lingered. Heavenly Father, Sarah began, grant us peace and keep us steadfast in our faith. Guide us away from temptation and protect us from harm. Amen, Mercy whispered, her thoughts drifting to the mysterious symbols and what they might signify. That night, sleep eluded her. She lay awake, the quiet of the house amplifying the questions swirling in her mind. What could the symbols mean? Were they connected to Abigail's disappearance? And if so, who was responsible? The following morning dawned with a sense of purpose. Mercy rose early, joining her mother in the kitchen where the aroma of porridge filled the air. Good morning, Sarah greeted, her demeanour serene. Morning, Mercy replied, taking a seat at the table. They ate in comfortable silence before proceeding to their morning devotions. The routine was as much a part of their lives as breathing, a testament to their faith and a shield against suspicion. Afterward they resumed their tasks. Mercy assisted with the preparation of remedies, grinding dried herbs with a mortar and pestle. These will be useful for colds and fevers, Sarah noted, labelling small jars. Perhaps we could offer some to those in need, Mercy suggested. Sarah regarded her thoughtfully. That would be a kind gesture, but remember to be discreet. Of course, Mercy agreed. The day unfolded with a steady rhythm, chores, meals, quiet conversations. Yet, beneath the surface, Mercy's thoughts remained fixed on the lake. In the afternoon, she ventured into the village to deliver some of the remedies. The cobblestone streets were busy with activity, merchants hawking their wares, children darting between stalls, townsfolk exchanging news. Good day, Mercy, Mrs. Abernathy greeted, accepting a jar of herbal salve. You're a blessing as always. Thank you, Mercy replied with a modest smile. I hope it brings you relief. As she continued her rounds, she overheard snippets of conversation. Have you heard about the markings? Some say it's a sign of dark forces. Best to keep to ourselves and pray for protection. The pervasive unease was palpable. Mercy couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, something that required more than passive observation. On her way home, she encountered Nathaniel Foster repairing a fence along the road. "Afternoon, Nate," she called. He looked up, wiping sweat from his brow. "Mercy, good to see you." "Hard at work, I see," she remarked. "Always," he said with a grin. "How are you faring?" "Well enough," she replied. "Have you heard any news about Abigail?" His expression grew sombre. "Nothing concrete. The search continues, but hopes are fading." "I'm sorry to hear that," Mercy said sincerely. He studied her for a moment. "You seem troubled?" "Just concerned," she admitted. "You're not alone in that," he assured her. "But sometimes it's best to leave matters to those equipped to handle them." "Perhaps," she conceded, though the response felt hollow. "Take care," Nate said, returning to his work. "You as well," Mercy replied, continuing on her way. Back at the cottage, she found Sarah tending to the garden, coaxing the last of the autumn vegetables from the soil. "Everything looks healthy," Mercy observed. "With any luck, we'll have a good yield," Sarah said, straightening up. "Did your deliveries go smoothly?" "Yes," Mercy confirmed. "People were appreciative." "That's good to hear." They worked side by side, the simple labour grounding them in the present. Yet Mercy's mind drifted once more to the lake. As evening approached, they shared a modest supper of stew and bread. The conversation was light, touching on everyday matters. "Mother," Mercy began tentatively, "would you mind if I visited Eliza tomorrow?" Sarah considered this. "I suppose that would be fine. It's important to maintain friendships." "Thank you," Mercy said, relieved. "Just be mindful," Sarah cautioned gently. "Not everyone views us favourably." "I understand," Mercy assured her. That night, as she prepared for bed, Mercy gazed out the window toward the distant woods. The moon cast a silvery glow, illuminating the path that led toward Midnight Lake. A decision settled within her. She would investigate the symbols herself, carefully, discreetly, and without alarming her mother. Climbing into bed, she resolved to formulate a plan. Patience and caution would be essential, but her desire for answers outweighed her hesitation. Sleep came gradually, her dreams filled with swirling symbols and whispered secrets. The fractures within the village were deepening, and Mercy stood at a crossroads. Whether driven by curiosity, concern, or something more profound, she knew she couldn't remain idle. Morning would bring new opportunities, and with them the chance to uncover the truths hidden beneath the surface of Salem. Letter from Reverend Samuel Parris to Magistrate Thomas Sewall. January 4th, 1692. Honoured Magistrate Sewall. It has come to my attention that certain practices within our humble Salem are stirring unease among the faithful, specifically the household of widow Sarah Hale and her daughter, Mercy. Whispers speak of unorthodox remedies and gatherings that border on the clandestine. While I am ever devoted to the spiritual guidance of our congregation, I fear that such activities, if left unchecked, may sow seeds of dissent and undermine the moral fabric of our community. I seek your counsel on the matter. Perhaps a discreet inquiry or a gentle reminder of our laws and expectations would suffice to steer them back onto the righteous path. Your wisdom in such civil affairs far exceeds my own. May the Lord grant us discernment in these trying times. In devout service, Samuel Parris. Chapter 3. The Symbols at the Lake. A sense of unease had settled over Mercy since her conversation with Eliza. The whispers about strange symbols near Midnight Lake gnawed at her curiosity, refusing to be silenced by caution or her mother's warnings. Determined to uncover the truth, she decided to venture to the lake herself. Packing a small satchel with essentials, a piece of bread, a flask of water, and her mother's old penknife, she slipped out of the cottage just after dawn. The village was still stirring to life, the usual routines not yet in full swing. This was her chance to explore without drawing attention. The path leading to Midnight Lake was overgrown, seldom used except by those who dared to tread where superstition held sway. The trees grew denser as she progressed, their branches intertwining overhead to form a canopy that filtered the light into dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was crisp, carrying a chill that seeped through her cloak, a lingering reminder of the Little Ice Age's grip on their climate. As she navigated the winding trail, Mercy's senses heightened. Every rustle of leaves and snap of twigs seemed amplified, yet the forest was eerily devoid of wildlife. It was as if the woods themselves were holding their breath, anticipating her next move. At last she emerged into a small clearing where the trees parted to reveal Midnight Lake. The water was dark and still, its surface like polished obsidian reflecting the grey sky above. A hush enveloped the area, broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the shore. Her eyes were drawn to the nearest tree, where she spotted an unfamiliar carving etched into the bark. Stepping closer, she traced the lines with her fingertips, a series of interlocking circles and symbols that bore no resemblance to any letters or markings she knew. The grooves were deep, the workmanship precise. Scanning the surrounding area, she noticed more symbols adorning other trees, forming a rough perimeter around the lake's edge. On the ground, stones were arranged in deliberate patterns, spirals, crosses, and other geometric shapes. Among them lay bundles of dried herbs bound with twine. Kneeling beside one of the stone arrangements, Mercy picked up a bundle and examined it. The herbs were familiar: sage for purification, wormwood for protection, and yarrow, known for its healing properties. "What are you doing here, child?" a voice called out, startling her. She turned sharply to see Patience Warren standing a few paces away. The older woman blended almost seamlessly with the forest, her cloak the colour of moss and her eyes reflecting a keen intelligence. I was curious," Mercy stammered, rising to her feet. "I heard stories about this place." Patience approached slowly, her gaze assessing. "Curiosity can be a dangerous companion in these parts." "I mean no harm," Mercy assured her. "I wanted to see the symbols for myself." Patience nodded thoughtfully. Few dare to venture here, even fewer with an open mind. "Do you know what they mean?" Mercy asked, gesturing to the carvings and stone patterns. "They are remnants of old beliefs," Patience explained. "Symbols meant to ward off evil or invite protection from unseen forces." "Are they pagan?" Mercy ventured cautiously. "Labels are for those who fear what they do not understand," Patience replied. "These markings are as much a part of this land as the trees and the water." Mercy considered her words. "Some people think they're a sign of witchcraft." "Superstition thrives where knowledge is scarce," Patience said, a hint of sadness in her tone. She glanced at the bundle of herbs in Mercy's hand. "You recognize these?" "Yes," Mercy confirmed. "Sage, wormwood, and yarrow. My mother taught me about their uses." "Sarah Hale is a wise woman," Patience acknowledged. "You've learned well." "Thank you," Mercy said, feeling a flush of pride. "But I still have much to learn." Patience gestured for her to sit on a fallen log nearby. "Perhaps I can offer some insights." Eagerly, Mercy joined her, the damp wood cool beneath her. Patience produced a small pouch from within her cloak, retrieving a sprig of willow bark. "Tell me," Patience began, What do you know of humoral theory? Mercy searched her memory. It's the idea that the body is governed by 4 humours: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. Illness is caused by an imbalance among them. Exactly, Patience affirmed. For centuries, healers have used this knowledge to treat ailments. Willow bark, for instance, is effective in reducing fevers and alleviating pain because it helps restore balance. I've seen my mother use it in teas, Mercy noted. It works remarkably well. Modern medicine owes much to these old practices, Patience said, yet many dismiss them as mere superstition. Why do you think that is? Mercy asked. Fear, Patience answered simply. Fear of the unknown, fear of challenging established beliefs. It's easier to condemn than to understand. Mercy hesitated before voicing her next thought. Do you think the symbols and the disappearance of Abigail are connected? Patience's expression grew sombre. It's possible. When people are frightened, they seek explanations, sometimes in the wrong places. Could someone be using these symbols to manipulate others? Perhaps, Patience allowed, or they may genuinely believe they are protecting the village. From what? From whatever they fear most, Patience said, be it disease, misfortune, or imagined threats. Mercy absorbed her words, a mixture of intrigue and concern swirling within her. I want to help, but I don't know how. Knowledge is your greatest ally, Patience counselled. Continue to learn, to question, but tread carefully. Not everyone will appreciate your inquiries. I understand, Mercy said quietly. Patience stood signalling an end to their conversation. It's best you return home before you're missed. The woods are no place to linger as night approaches. Mercy rose as well. Thank you for your guidance. Take this, Patience offered, handing her the sprig of willow bark. A small token for your journey. Mercy accepted it gratefully, tucking it into her satchel. I hope we'll meet again. Perhaps, Patience said with a faint smile. Until then, keep your wits about you. With that, Patience turned and disappeared into the shadows of the forest, moving with a grace that belied her years. Left alone, Mercy felt a renewed sense of purpose. The encounter had only deepened her resolve to uncover the truth. She cast one last look at the symbols surrounding the lake before retracing her steps along the narrow path. As she walked, the temperature seemed to drop further, the cold seeping through her layers. The forest took on an otherworldly quality, the trees towering above like silent sentinels, their branches etched starkly against the overcast sky. The effects of the prolonged chill were evident in the stunted growth of plants and the scarcity of wildlife, a testament to the harsh conditions of the little ice age that gripped the land. She quickened her pace, mindful of Patience's warning about the approaching night. The path twisted and turned, each bend revealing more of the forest's enigmatic beauty. Yet beneath the natural splendour lay an undercurrent of unease. The sound of rushing water caught her attention, a stream she hadn't noticed on her way in. Pausing, she realised she'd veered off the original path. A flicker of anxiety sparked within her. Stay calm, she told herself. Retrace your steps. She turned back, scanning the area for familiar landmarks. The dense trees and underbrush made everything look deceptively similar. Taking a deep breath, she focused on the ground, searching for footprints or broken twigs that might guide her. A sudden snap of a branch behind her caused her to whirl around. Hello, she called, her voice echoing faintly. Silence answered her. Clutching her satchel tightly, she forced herself to remain composed. It was likely just an animal, or so she hoped. Determined to find her way, she chose a direction that she believed led back to the main path. After several minutes, relief washed over her as the familiar trail came into view. As she continued, the trees began to thin, and the edge of the forest emerged ahead. The sight of open fields beyond signalled she was nearing home. Stepping out from the shadows of the woods, she was greeted by the fading light of late afternoon. The village lay in the distance, smoke curling gently from chimneys, the sight comforting in its normalcy. Upon reaching the cottage, Mercy found Sarah tending to the hearth, the warmth inside a welcome contrast to the chill outside. "You're back," her mother observed, a note of mild surprise in her voice. "I didn't expect you to be gone so long." "I lost track of time while gathering herbs," Mercy replied, removing her cloak. "Did you find anything useful?" "Yes, quite a bit," she said, placing her satchel on the table. She retrieved the willow bark and yarrow, laying them out carefully. "Excellent," Sarah remarked, examining the items. "These will replenish our supplies nicely." They settled into their routine of sorting and preparing the herbs. Mercy considered sharing her encounter with Patience, but hesitated. Her mother's cautious nature made her wary of revealing too much. "Mother," she began tentatively, "have you ever thought that some of the old practices might hold truths we've overlooked?" Sarah glanced at her curiously. "What brings this to mind?" "Just thinking about the different ways people approach healing and protection," Mercy said carefully. "There's so much we don't fully understand." "That's true," Sarah acknowledged, "but we must be mindful of the line between accepted practices and those that could draw unwanted attention." "Of course," Mercy agreed. "I just find it fascinating how much knowledge exists beyond what we're taught." Sarah studied her for a moment before responding. "Curiosity is a valuable trait, but discretion is equally important. Remember that." "I will," Mercy promised. As they continued their work, the rhythmic motions provided a soothing backdrop to Mercy's swirling thoughts. The conversation with Patience replayed in her mind, the mention of humoral theory, the implications of the symbols, and the warning to tread carefully. That night, as she prepared for bed, she retrieved the willow bark from her satchel. Turning it over in her hands, she contemplated the path ahead. The mysteries surrounding Midnight Lake were deeper than she'd anticipated, entwined with ancient beliefs and the fears of her community. Lying down, she gazed at the ceiling, the flickering candlelight casting shifting shadows. Despite the unknowns, she felt a spark of excitement. There was a purpose in her quest, a chance to bring understanding where there was confusion, to shine light into the shadows. "Tomorrow," she whispered to herself, "I'll continue seeking answers." With that resolve, she closed her eyes, allowing sleep to overtake her. Dreams filled her mind of symbols etched in bark, of whispers carried on the wind, and of paths leading deeper into the heart of the unknown. Chapter 4. Divided Loyalties. A tension hung between Mercy and Eliza that hadn't been there before, an unspoken barrier erected by secrets and unvoiced fears. Mercy could sense it in the way Eliza avoided her gaze, her usual warmth replaced by a guarded reserve. Determined to bridge the gap, Mercy invited her friend for a walk along the quiet path that edged the village, away from prying eyes and eager ears. "Eliza," Mercy began carefully, "I've been meaning to ask you about something." Eliza's grip tightened on the basket she carried, knuckles turning white. "What is it?" "I visited Midnight Lake," Mercy admitted, watching for Eliza's reaction. "I saw the symbols people have been talking about." Eliza's step faltered and she cast a quick glance around them. "You shouldn't have gone there," she whispered urgently. "It's not safe." "That's what everyone says, but no one will tell me why," Mercy pressed gently. "I thought you might help me understand." Eliza's eyes darted nervously. It's complicated. Please, Mercy implored. I feel like there's more going on than meets the eye. Maybe together we can make sense of it. Eliza hesitated, conflict evident in her expression. Finally, she sighed. All right, but we mustn't be overheard. They veered off the main path, finding a secluded spot beneath an old oak tree whose branches formed a natural canopy. The rustle of leaves provided a comforting backdrop, a barrier against the outside world. Those symbols, Eliza began cautiously, they're part of rituals my family observes. Rituals, Mercy echoed, keeping her tone neutral. Eliza nodded. They've been passed down for generations, traditions meant to protect our land and ensure its prosperity. Mercy considered this. Why the secrecy? Because not everyone understands, Eliza explained. The Puritan laws are strict about such practices. Anything that isn't sanctioned by the church is considered suspect. You're referring to the laws against gadding about and unauthorized gatherings, Mercy surmised. Yes, Eliza confirmed. Attending different congregations or holding private ceremonies can lead to severe penalties, fines, public shaming, even imprisonment. Mercy recalled the sermons that emphasized conformity and obedience, the dire warnings against straying from prescribed norms. But why take such risks? Eliza's gaze dropped to the ground. Our family's land is our livelihood. The communal grazing fields, the timber rights, they're all vital. With the war and the economic strains, resources are scarce. If we don't protect what we have, we could lose everything. Do you really believe the rituals help? Mercy asked softly. Eliza's eyes met hers, a mixture of hope and uncertainty reflected within them. I don't know, but Father insists they're essential. He says the land has been in our family for generations because we've honoured these traditions. Mercy sensed the weight of Eliza's burden, the pull between familial duty and personal conviction. Have others joined in these rituals? Some, Eliza admitted, mostly those with the most to lose if our holdings diminish. The symbols, do they have specific meanings? Mercy inquired. Supposedly they ward off misfortune and repel those who might encroach upon our property, Eliza explained. They are meant to strengthen our claim. Mercy thought about the complex web of property rights in Salem, how land disputes often fueled tensions between families. The communal resources were a lifeline for many, but they also bred competition and jealousy. Are you afraid? Mercy asked gently. Eliza's facade cracked slightly. I am, not just of being discovered, but of what might happen if these practices are misunderstood. Do you think Abigail's disappearance is connected? Mercy ventured. Eliza's expression grew troubled. I don't know, but the timing is suspicious. Father and the others have become more secretive, more desperate. Mercy felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. Eliza, if these gatherings are illegal, you could all be in serious danger. I realise that, Eliza whispered, but what choice do we have? The laws favour those who already have power. Small folk like us must find ways to protect ourselves. Perhaps there's another way, Mercy suggested. If we could shed light on what's happening, maybe we could prevent worse consequences. Eliza shook her head vigorously. You don't understand. Speaking out could bring ruin upon my family. The authorities won't be lenient. Mercy remembered the colonial laws she'd studied, the harsh penalties for dissent, the rigid enforcement of religious conformity, the Act of Uniformity, the laws against unlawful assemblies, all designed to maintain strict control over the populace. I don't want to cause you harm, Mercy assured her, but Keeping silent might only make things worse. Eliza's eyes filled with tears. What would you have me do? Betray my own blood? No, Mercy said quickly. I just want to help. Maybe if we can find a way to address the root of the problem, we can avoid anyone getting hurt. Eliza wiped her eyes, taking a shaky breath. Father would never forgive me if he knew I was discussing this with you. Your secret is safe with me, Mercy promised. But please consider working with me to find a solution. A long pause stretched between them. Finally, Eliza nodded slowly. All right, I'll help you, but we must be extremely careful. Agreed, Mercy said, relief washing over her. Eliza glanced around nervously. We should return before we're missed. They made their way back to the village, each lost in thought. The reality of their situation pressed heavily upon them. The risks of defying societal norms, the potential repercussions from both their families and the authorities. As they approached the outskirts of the village, Eliza spoke again. You should know the communal lands are becoming a point of contention. With the scarcity of resources, families are vying for control. I've heard whispers, Mercy acknowledged. Disputes over grazing rights, access to timber. Exactly, Eliza said. That's part of why Father is so adamant about the rituals. He believes they give us an advantage. Mercy considered the economic pressures bearing down on the village. The war had strained trade, and the currency crisis made transactions difficult. Land was one of the few stable assets, and families clung to it fiercely. Have there been any formal disputes? Mercy asked. A few, Eliza confirmed, but the magistrates tend to side with those who have influence. Which doesn't bode well for smaller landholders, Mercy surmised. No, it doesn't, Eliza agreed bitterly. That's why some are resorting to alternative measures. Mercy felt a surge of determination. We need to find a way to address these issues openly. Perhaps if the community understands the pressures we're all facing, we can work toward a fair solution. Eliza gave a hollow laugh. You're more optimistic than I am. People are too consumed by fear and self-interest. Maybe, Mercy conceded, but it's worth trying. They parted ways as they reached the village centre, each heading toward their respective homes. Mercy's mind raced with possibilities. The complexities of Salem's social and economic landscape were becoming increasingly apparent, and she realized that the situation was more intricate than she'd imagined. At home, she found Sarah mending a torn apron by the window, the afternoon light casting a soft glow over her work. "Did you have a pleasant time with Eliza?" her mother inquired without looking up. "Yes," Mercy replied, hanging her shawl. "We spoke about some concerns she has." Sarah glanced up, her eyes probing. "Anything I should know about?" Mercy hesitated. "She confided in me about some family matters. I promised to keep it between us." "Very well," Sarah said, returning her attention to the apron. "But be mindful of the company you keep. The Putnams are influential, and entanglements with their affairs can be complicated." "I understand," Mercy assured her. She joined her mother at the table, picking up a spare piece of fabric to assist with the mending. The familiar task provided a welcome distraction, but her thoughts remained on the conversation with Eliza. "Mother," she began tentatively, "what do you know about the disputes over communal lands?" Sarah's hands paused briefly. "Why do you ask?" "I've heard that tensions are rising," Mercy explained. "Families are worried about losing access to resources." "That's true," Sarah acknowledged. "The scarcity has made everyone more protective of what they have." "Is there anything being done to address it?" Mercy pressed. "Not that I'm aware of," her mother replied. "The magistrates are overwhelmed, and the laws favour those with wealth and connections." Mercy sighed. "It doesn't seem fair." "Fairness is a luxury in times like these," Sarah said gently. Survival often takes precedence. They worked in silence for a few moments before Sarah spoke again. Be cautious about involving yourself in these matters. Land disputes can become volatile. I'll be careful, Mercy promised. Later that evening, as they prepared supper, Mercy's thoughts turned to the legal constraints that bound them. The laws against unauthorized gatherings, the strict enforcement of religious conformity, they all served to maintain control and suppress dissent. "Mother, have you ever felt restricted by the laws here?" she asked suddenly. Sarah regarded her thoughtfully. "At times, yes, but they are the laws we live under." "Do you think they're just?" Mercy probed. "Justice can be subjective," Sarah said carefully. "What matters is how we navigate within the confines we're given. But what if the laws harm more than they help?" Mercy pressed. "Then change must come from within the community," her mother replied. "But that is a delicate process." Mercy nodded, absorbing her words. "I just wish there was more we could do." "Perhaps there is," Sarah said softly. "But it requires wisdom and patience." That night, as Mercy lay in bed, she contemplated the path ahead. Eliza had agreed to help, but the risks were significant. The laws against gadding about, attending unauthorized gatherings or moving between congregations, were strict, designed to prevent the spread of dissenting beliefs and maintain social order. She thought about the weight of family loyalty that burdened Eliza. Betraying her family's secrets could have dire consequences, both legally and personally. Yet, remaining silent allowed harmful practices to continue unchecked. Mercy resolved to proceed cautiously. They needed more information, a way to address the underlying issues without endangering themselves or others. The following day she sought out Eliza again, finding her in the modest garden behind her family's home. "Eliza," she greeted softly. Eliza looked up from tending the herbs, a wary expression crossing her face. "Is everything all right?" "I've been thinking," Mercy said, stepping closer. "Perhaps we can find a way to bring these concerns to the community without revealing your family's involvement." "How?" Eliza asked skeptically. "By focusing on the broader issues, land disputes, resource scarcity," Mercy explained. "If we can encourage open dialogue, maybe we can alleviate some of the pressures that are driving these actions." Eliza considered her words. "But who would listen to us?" "Perhaps we could enlist the help of someone with influence who is sympathetic to our cause," Mercy suggested. "Someone who understands the importance of communal cooperation." "Do you have anyone in mind?" Eliza inquired. "Maybe Nathaniel," Mercy offered. "He interacts with many families through his work and is well respected." Eliza frowned slightly. "Do you trust him?" "I believe he has a good heart," Mercy affirmed, "and he cares about the well-being of the village." Eliza sighed. "It's a risk." "I know," Mercy acknowledged, "but doing nothing carries its own risks." After a long pause, Eliza nodded. "All right, I'll support you in this, but we must be discreet." "Of course," Mercy agreed. They arranged to meet with Nathaniel later, hoping to gauge his willingness to assist. As they parted, Mercy felt a mix of apprehension and hope. The path they were choosing was fraught with uncertainty, but the potential for positive change spurred her forward. When she approached Nathaniel that afternoon, he was repairing a fence along the main road, his sleeves rolled up and brow glistening with sweat. "Nate!" she called, approaching cautiously. He looked up, offering a warm smile. "Mercy, good to see you. I was wondering if we might speak privately," she said, glancing around. "Of course," he replied, concern creeping into his expression. "Is everything all right?" "There's something I'd like to discuss," she began. "It's about the tensions over land and resources." He wiped his hands on a cloth, nodding for her to continue. "I've noticed that disputes are becoming more frequent," Mercy said. "Families are resorting to desperate measures to protect what they have." "I've seen it too," Nathaniel admitted. "It's a difficult situation." "Eliza and I were thinking," she went on, "that perhaps if we could encourage open dialogue, we might find solutions that benefit everyone." He considered her proposal. "It's a noble idea, but getting people to set aside their fears and grievances won't be easy." "I understand," Mercy acknowledged. "But if we could gather those willing to listen, maybe we could make a start." Nathaniel sighed thoughtfully. "I can reach out to a few folks who might be receptive, but we must tread carefully. The authorities frown upon unsanctioned meetings." "I'm aware," Mercy said. "We'll need to ensure we're within legal boundaries." "The laws against gadding about are strict," he reminded her. "Any gathering outside of official church meetings could be construed as subversive. Perhaps we can frame it as a communal effort to address shared concerns," Mercy suggested. "Emphasize cooperation and mutual benefit." He gave a small smile. "You have a way with words, Mercy. It's worth a try." "Thank you," she said, relief evident in her voice. "I'll do what I can," Nathaniel promised, "but be prepared for resistance." "I'm prepared," she affirmed. As they parted, Mercy felt a glimmer of optimism. The road ahead was uncertain, but they were taking steps toward addressing the root causes of the unrest. Returning home, she found Sarah tending to the garden, the late afternoon sun casting a golden hue over the rows of vegetables. "How was your day?" her mother asked. "Productive," Mercy replied, kneeling beside her to help weed. "That's good to hear," Sarah said, glancing at her. "You seem more at ease." "I feel like we're making progress," Mercy confided. Sarah placed a hand on her shoulder. "Just remember to be cautious. Not everyone will share your enthusiasm for change." "I know," Mercy acknowledged, "but I believe it's worth the effort." "Then I support you," her mother said softly. "Just be sure to safeguard yourself and those you care about." "I will," Mercy promised. That evening, as she prepared for bed, Mercy reflected on the day's events. The complexities of Salem's legal and social structures were formidable obstacles, but she was encouraged by the small alliances forming. Eliza's agreement to help, despite her fears, was a testament to their friendship and shared desire for a better future. Nathaniel's willingness to assist provided a practical avenue for action. Yet the risks remained. The colonial laws were unforgiving, and any misstep could have severe consequences. The weight of responsibility pressed upon her, but so did the conviction that they were on the right path. "Together," she whispered into the quiet room. "We'll find a way." Closing her eyes, she allowed herself to hope that the divisions tearing at the fabric of their community could be mended through understanding and cooperation. Chapter 5. Gathering Shadows. Whispers followed Mercy like shadows, slipping into silence whenever she drew near. The village felt different, taut, like a rope pulled too tight. As she made her way through the market square, she couldn't shake the sensation of eyes upon her, unseen but unmistakably present. Approaching Mrs. Potter's stall, Mercy offered a small jar of lavender salve. "For your rheumatism," she said with a gentle smile. "It should ease the pain." Mrs. Potter's weathered face softened. "You're a blessing, dear. The nights have been unforgiving." Mercy glanced discreetly at the nearby stalls. "I was wondering if you've heard any news about Abigail." The older woman's expression tightened. "Best not to speak of such things openly," she murmured, slipping a loaf of bread into Mercy's basket in exchange for the salve. "These are troubled times." "Of course," Mercy replied, lowering her gaze. I didn't mean to pry." As she turned away, she caught sight of a tithing man standing at the edge of the square, his stern gaze fixed in her direction. Dressed in sombre attire, the tithing man held the staff of his office, a symbol of his authority to uphold the community's moral code. His presence was a silent warning, a reminder that every word and action was subject to scrutiny. Mercy adjusted her shawl, trying to appear unbothered. The tithing men had always been a fixture in Salem, but lately their vigilance seemed directed squarely at her. It was as if her every move was being catalogued, her intentions questioned without a single word exchanged. Continuing through the market, she approached Mr. Thompson's booth, where bolts of rough cloth were neatly stacked. "Good day, Mr. Thompson," she greeted. "Would you consider a trade?" He eyed the small pouch of dried chamomile she offered. "What have you there?" "Chamomile," she said. "Good for calming nerves and promoting sleep." He hesitated before nodding. "My wife's been restless. This might help." He selected a modest length of cloth and handed it to her. "Fair exchange." "Thank you," Mercy replied, tucking the cloth into her basket. As she moved on, snippets of conversation reached her ears, fragments about the currency crisis that had gripped the colony. With coins scarce and their value uncertain, bartering had become the lifeblood of daily commerce. Goods and services were traded hand to hand, each transaction a negotiation born of necessity. "Did you hear about the new taxes?" a man grumbled to his companion. "As if we don't have enough burdens." "The crown squeezes us dry," the other replied. "Soon we'll have nothing left." Mercy knew their frustrations all too well. The economic strain weighed heavily on everyone, exacerbating tensions that lurked beneath the surface. She approached Widow Allen, offering a bundle of dried mint. "For your teas," Mercy said softly. The widow accepted it with a curt nod, placing a few candles in Mercy's basket. "Mind yourself," she warned in a low voice. "Not everyone takes kindly to questions." Before Mercy could respond, the woman shuffled away, leaving her with a lingering sense of unease. Feeling the weight of the tithing man's gaze once more, Mercy decided it was time to leave the market. She headed toward the outskirts of the village, where the path led toward her home. The afternoon light cast long shadows, and the air carried the faint scent of wood smoke. "Mercy!" She turned to see Nathaniel hurrying to catch up with her. His expression was a mix of concern and urgency. "I've been looking for you," he said, slightly out of breath. "What is it, Nate?" she asked, sensing trouble. He glanced around before speaking. "We need to talk, but not here. Come with me." They walked together in silence until they reached a secluded spot behind the old mill. The distant sound of the water wheel provided a steady rhythm, masking their conversation from any unintended listeners. "You're worrying me," Mercy said, searching his face. Nate ran a hand through his hair. "The selectmen have been meeting more frequently. Your name came up." A knot formed in her stomach. "What did they say?" "They're concerned about your inquisitiveness," he admitted, asking questions about Abigail, spending time with those outside the usual circles. "Is it a crime to seek the truth?" Mercy challenged. "In their eyes it might as well be," Nate replied grimly. "They're considering issuing a warning out against you." Her heart skipped a beat. "Warning out? But I was born here. This is my home." "That doesn't always matter," he said quietly. "You know the laws. The selectmen have the authority to expel those they deem undesirable or a burden to the community." "But on what grounds?" Mercy protested. "I've done nothing wrong." "They might argue that you're stirring unrest," Nate explained, "that your actions are disruptive." She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. "What can I do?" Lay low, he advised. Stop asking questions, at least for now. Mercy met his gaze defiantly. I can't just ignore what's happening. Abigail is still missing. People are scared. And expelling you would only give them a scapegoat, Nate countered. I'm trying to protect you. By silencing me. By keeping you safe, he insisted. Please, Mercy, if not for yourself, think of your mother. What would happen to her if you were forced to leave? The thought of leaving Sarah alone was unbearable. Mercy's resolve wavered for a moment before hardening once more. I appreciate your concern, Nate, truly, but I can't turn a blind eye. He sighed heavily. You're as stubborn as ever. Perhaps, she conceded, but I believe in doing what's right. Nate placed a hand on her shoulder. Just promise me you'll be careful. I will, she said softly. They parted ways, and Mercy continued toward home, her mind racing. The threat of being warned out was real and terrifying. The law allowed the selectmen to remove anyone they deemed unfit or troublesome, a practice that had forced many to leave their homes with little more than the clothes on their backs. As she approached her cottage, she noticed a figure lingering near the gate. It was one of the tithing men, the same stern-faced man from the market. His presence here was no coincidence. Good evening, she offered cautiously. He nodded curtly. Miss Hale. Is there something I can assist you with? She asked, striving to keep her tone polite. Simply ensuring all is well, he replied, his gaze unwavering. All is well. Thank you, Mercy said, holding his stare. See that it remains so, he said before turning and walking away. She watched him until he disappeared down the lane. A chill ran through her, not from the cold, but from the realization that she was under constant surveillance. Inside, she found her mother tending to the fire. You're home later than usual, Sarah remarked. Trading took longer today, Mercy explained, setting her basket on the table. Sarah's keen eyes studied her. Something troubles you? Mercy hesitated. The tithing men are watching me. Nate says the selectmen might issue a warning out against me. Concern flashed across her mother's face. On what grounds? Stirring unrest, they say, asking too many questions. Sarah sighed deeply. I feared this might happen. What should we do? Mercy asked, seeking guidance. We must be cautious, Sarah advised. Keep to ourselves, avoid drawing attention. But, Mother, if we do nothing, they'll control us through fear. Better to live quietly than not at all, Sarah warned. We've survived this long by not challenging the order. Mercy clenched her fists. I can't accept that. Abigail is missing. Something is wrong, and no one wants to see it. Sometimes the cost of truth is too high, her mother said softly. Is that what Father would have wanted? Mercy challenged. Sarah's eyes softened with sorrow. Your father believed in justice, but he also knew when to fight and when to wait. Waiting won't bring Abigail back, Mercy insisted. Recklessness won't help her either, Sarah countered gently. Mercy turned away, frustration bubbling within her. I need some air. Be careful, Sarah called after her. Stepping outside, Mercy took a deep breath, filling her lungs with the crisp evening air. The sky was a tapestry of stars, indifferent to the troubles below. She walked aimlessly, her thoughts a turbulent mix of fear and determination. Passing by the church, she noticed candlelight flickering through the stained glass windows. Drawn by a sense of curiosity, she peered inside. Reverend Parris stood at the pulpit, speaking in hushed tones to a small gathering, among them several of the selectmen. She couldn't make out their words, but their solemn faces and pointed gestures spoke volumes. Whatever they discussed, it was serious. Mercy! She spun around to find Eliza standing behind her. You startled me. "What are you doing here?" Eliza whispered. "I could ask you the same," Mercy replied. Eliza glanced nervously toward the church. "Father is in there. They're discussing matters." "Matters concerning me?" Mercy guessed. Eliza bit her lip. "I don't know. Maybe." Mercy sighed. "They're tightening their grip. I'm being watched everywhere I go." "I've noticed," Eliza admitted. "I wish there was more I could do." "Your support means more than you know," Mercy assured her. "Be careful," Eliza urged. "They're looking for someone to blame." "I won't give them the satisfaction," Mercy vowed. They parted ways, and Mercy made her way back home, the weight of isolation pressing heavily upon her. The community she once felt a part of now seemed intent on pushing her out. Yet, amid the despair, a steely resolve took root. She would not be silenced by fear or intimidation. If anything, the mounting opposition only fueled her determination to uncover the truth. Inside the cottage, she sat by the dim glow of the hearth, contemplating her next move. The barter transactions of the day replayed in her mind, the guarded exchanges, the veiled warnings. The currency crisis had forced people into closer interactions, yet it also bred mistrust. She thought of the tithing men, the selectmen, the unseen mechanisms that controlled their lives. The laws designed to maintain order were now instruments of suppression. Reaching into her basket, she withdrew a small notebook, pages filled with observations, names, and connections. It was a risky possession, but essential to her investigation. By candlelight, she reviewed her notes, searching for patterns. The disappearance of Abigail, the clandestine meetings, the heightened vigilance, all threads in a larger tapestry of fear and control. A knock at the door jolted her from her thoughts. Heart pounding, she hesitated before answering. "Who is it?" she called softly. "It's me," came a whispered reply. She recognized the voice immediately. Opening the door, she found Patience Warren standing there, her eyes sharp in the darkness. "May I come in?" Patience asked. "Of course," Mercy replied, stepping aside. Once inside, Patience surveyed the room. "You're being watched," she stated matter-of-factly. "I know," Mercy acknowledged. "They fear what they don't understand," Patience said. "And you, my dear, are a mystery to them." "Is that why you're here?" Mercy inquired. "To warn me?" "In part," Patience admitted, "but also to offer assistance." "Why would you risk helping me?" Mercy asked, skepticism creeping into her voice. "Because I see a kindred spirit," Patience replied. "Someone who values truth over complacency." Mercy considered her words. "What can you do?" "I have resources," Patience said cryptically. "Information, contacts. There are others who share our concerns." "Others?" Mercy echoed. Patience nodded. "But discretion is paramount. We must tread carefully." "I understand," Mercy agreed. "What do you propose?" "Continue your investigation, but be vigilant," Patience advised, "and know that you're not alone." A sense of relief washed over Mercy. "Thank you!" Patience offered a faint smile. "Courage, Mercy. It's a rare commodity these days." With that, she slipped out as quietly as she'd arrived, leaving Mercy with much to ponder. Sleep was elusive that night. The shadows cast by the dying embers seemed to dance with hidden meanings. Despite the mounting pressure, Mercy felt a newfound strength. The path ahead was fraught with danger, but she was not deterred. Morning came with a grey light seeping through the window. Sarah found her already awake, a determined look in her eyes. "Did you rest?" her mother asked gently. "Enough," Mercy replied. Sarah studied her for a moment. "You're not going to relent, are you?" "No," Mercy said firmly. "I can't." A resigned sigh escaped Sarah's lips. Then we must be prepared." "Thank you for understanding," Mercy said, gratitude filling her voice. "Just promise me you'll be careful," Sarah implored. "I will," Mercy assured her. As she stepped outside, the weight of scrutiny was palpable. Neighbours avoided her gaze, conversations hushed as she passed. The tithing men were ever present, their expressions inscrutable, but Mercy held her head high. She had a purpose, and fear would not deter her. With each step, her resolve solidified. The shadows gathering around her only served to highlight the path she must follow. She was one against many, but she was not alone. Allies existed in unexpected places, and the truth had a way of emerging even in the darkest times. Mercy took a deep breath, steeling herself for the challenges ahead. The journey was daunting, but she embraced it with unwavering determination. Letter from Sarah Hale to her sister, Abigail Carter, February 12, 1692. "Dearest Abigail, I hope this letter finds you in good health and spirits. Salem remains as ever, a place of both solace and challenge. Mercy grows into a fine young woman, her keen mind and strong will a reflection of her father's spirit. Yet I worry for her. She yearns for a world larger than the confines of our village, and her questions often tread upon forbidden grounds. There are murmurs among the townsfolk, glances that linger too long, hushed conversations that cease upon our approach. Our healing practices, though a comfort to many, have drawn suspicion from others. I fear that the tides of fear and superstition are rising once more. I find myself longing for your counsel. Your letters are a balm to my weary heart. Please write soon and share with me the happenings of Boston. Perhaps there is wisdom there that could guide us through these uncertain times. With all my love, Sarah." Chapter 6. The Society's Reach. The moon hung low and heavy, casting a pallid glow that barely penetrated the dense canopy of the woods. Mercy moved silently through the underbrush, every sense heightened. Beside her, Nate matched her pace, his eyes scanning the shadows ahead. They had followed the whispers and cryptic signs that led them deeper into the forest, compelled by a shared determination to uncover the truth behind the enigmatic gatherings that had gripped Salem's undercurrents. "Are you certain about this?" Nate whispered, his breath forming a faint mist in the cool air. "Certain enough," Mercy replied, her voice steady despite the knot of apprehension tightening in her chest. "We need to know what they're hiding." They pressed on until the faint murmur of voices reached their ears, carried on the night breeze. Drawing closer, they crouched behind a thicket of brambles, peering into a clearing illuminated by the flickering light of torches. What they saw stole the breath from Mercy's lungs. A circle of figures stood around a stone altar adorned with bundles of herbs and relics that glinted in the firelight. The scent of burning sage mingled with more pungent aromas, belladonna, henbane, and other plants Mercy recognized from her mother's apothecary. Symbols were etched into the ground, interlocking circles, spirals, and runes that whispered of old-world lore. Nate nudged her gently. "Look closely," he murmured. Mercy's eyes widened as she recognized the faces beneath the hoods. Isaac Porter, one of the most influential selectmen, stood at the forefront. Beside him were other town leaders, men who held sway over Salem's laws and resources. Even Reverend Parris was among them, his hands clasped in fervent prayer. "They're the pillars of our community," Nate said, disbelief colouring his tone. "And they're conducting clandestine rituals," Mercy added, her mind racing. "This goes far deeper than we imagined." Isaac Porter raised his hands, and the murmuring ceased. "Brothers," he intoned, his voice resonating through the clearing, "we gather tonight to preserve the balance that safeguards our prosperity. the omens warn of upheaval, crops failing, dissent spreading. We must act to protect what is ours. Reverend Parris stepped forward, holding a tome bound in weathered leather. Through these rites, we reaffirm our commitment to Salem's future, he declared. The knowledge passed down to us is both a gift and a tool. We must wield it wisely. The men began to chant, a low and rhythmic sound that sent a shiver down Mercy's spine. They moved in unison, placing herbs and relics upon the altar. Mercy recognized many of the items: a sprig of yarrow, known for its healing properties, a vial of mandrake essence, potent and perilous. "They're blending superstition with legitimate medicinal practices," she whispered to Nate, "using the power of herbs not for healing, but to instill fear and assert control." Nate's jaw tightened. They're exploiting people's fears to strengthen their own positions. Exactly, Mercy agreed. By performing these rituals, they create an aura of mystique and authority. It makes them seem indispensable. One of the selectmen produced a dagger and used it to slice open a small pouch, spilling its contents, a shimmering powder, into the flames. The fire roared higher, casting eerie shadows that danced among the trees. The chanting grew louder, more fervent. "With this sacrifice, we bind ourselves to the protection of Salem," Isaac proclaimed. "Those who threaten our harmony shall be revealed and dealt with accordingly." Mercy's heart quickened. They're justifying any actions they take against those they perceive as threats. "Including you," Nate pointed out grimly. She nodded, recalling the tithingman's watchful eyes and the subtle ostracism she had begun to experience. "They'll target anyone who questions them." As the ritual continued, Mercy noticed intricate symbols embroidered on the select men's robes, symbols matching those carved near Midnight Lake. The realization struck her like a physical blow. "They've been the ones leaving the symbols," she said, "stirring superstition to keep the townsfolk in line." Nate shook his head in disbelief. "All this to maintain their grip on property and resources. Land disputes, resource scarcity, their positions allow them to manipulate outcomes in their favour," Mercy said, "and they're using fear to suppress any opposition." A sudden rustling nearby made them both freeze. Voices drifted toward them from a path leading to the clearing, additional participants arriving late, perhaps. Mercy gestured for Nate to retreat further into the shadows. "We can't stay here," she mouthed. He nodded, and they began to carefully back away, ensuring each step was silent. The forest seemed to conspire with them, muffling their movements as they put distance between themselves and the gathering. Once they were a safe distance away, they quickened their pace, the urgency of their escape propelling them forward. Only when they reached the edge of the woods did they stop to catch their breath. "That was too close," Nate said, his voice low but edged with adrenaline. Mercy leaned against a tree, her mind reeling. "I can't believe the extent of their deception. These are the very people entrusted to lead us." "And they're betraying that trust," Nate replied, "using ancient rituals and fear-mongering to control the village." She met his gaze, the weight of their discovery settling heavily upon her. "We have to do something, but what? They're powerful men, and if we expose them without proof, we'll be dismissed. Or worse." "At least now we know what we're up against," Nate said. "That's the first step." Mercy took a deep breath, steadying herself. "You're right. We'll need to find a way to reveal their manipulation, but carefully." Nate placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You're not alone in this. We'll figure it out together." She offered a faint smile. "Thank you. I don't think I could do this without your support." They began the walk back to the village, the path ahead uncertain but illuminated by their shared resolve. The night air was crisp, carrying the faint sounds of the town settling into slumber. As they neared the outskirts, the familiar sights of Salem came into view. Homes darkened for the night, the silhouette of the church steeple piercing the sky. "Nate," Mercy began thoughtfully, "do you think the townsfolk would believe us if we told them what we saw?" He considered her question. "It's hard to say. Many trust the selectmen implicitly. They've been pillars of the community for years." "That's what makes this so complicated," she mused. "Their positions grant them credibility even as they exploit it." "Perhaps if we gather more information," Nate suggested, "find others who have noticed discrepancies or who are dissatisfied with the current state of things." Mercy nodded. "Yes, we need allies, people who are willing to see beyond the facade." They reached the point where their paths diverged. Nate hesitated before speaking. "Get some rest, we'll need clear heads to tackle this." "You too," she replied. "And Nate, be careful. If they suspect we're onto them—" "I will," he assured her. As Mercy made her way home, the gravity of the night's revelations settled upon her. The quiet streets of Salem seemed unchanged, but she knew the undercurrents of deceit ran deep. Entering her cottage, she found Sarah waiting, her expression a mix of relief and concern. "You're back late," her mother observed gently. "I'm sorry, I was with Nate," Mercy explained, hoping to avoid alarming her. Sarah studied her face. "Something weighs on you." Mercy considered confiding in her, but decided against it for now. "Just tired. There's much on my mind." Her mother nodded slowly. "Remember, you can always talk to me." "I know," Mercy said softly. "Thank you." That night, sleep eluded her. Lying awake, she replayed the events in her mind. The ritual, the symbols, the realization that the selectmen wielded fear as a weapon. Questions swirled. How many others were complicit? How long had this been happening? And most pressing, how could they expose the truth without endangering themselves or others? As dawn approached, Mercy rose from her bed, a quiet determination settling in her bones. She didn't have all the answers, but she knew she couldn't remain passive. The people of Salem deserved to know the forces at play, the invisible strings manipulating their lives. She penned a note to Nate, proposing they meet later to discuss their next steps. Folding it carefully, she resolved to deliver it discreetly. Stepping outside, the first light of morning cast a pale hue over the village. The air was still, as if the world held its breath. Mercy took a moment to steady herself, drawing strength from the resolve that had carried her this far. "One step at a time," she whispered. As she moved through the quiet streets, she couldn't shake the sense of isolation. The knowledge she carried set her apart, creating an invisible barrier between her and the oblivious townsfolk. Yet, amidst the isolation, there was also a glimmer of hope. She was not alone in this. Nate stood with her, and perhaps others would too. Delivering the note to Nate's usual spot, she made her way back home, her mind already strategizing. They would need to proceed carefully, gathering evidence and building trust with those who might be receptive to the truth. Upon returning, Sarah was preparing breakfast, the comforting aroma of porridge filling the air. "You're up early," her mother remarked. "Couldn't sleep," Mercy admitted, taking a seat at the table. Sarah placed a bowl before her. "Anything you'd like to talk about?" Mercy stirred the porridge absently. "Just thinking about the future." "Aren't we all?" Sarah said with a gentle smile. "These are uncertain times." "Yes," Mercy agreed, her thoughts heavy with unspoken concerns. They ate in companionable silence, the unspoken understanding between them a small solace. After breakfast, Mercy busied herself with household tasks, but her mind remained focused on the challenge ahead. The day stretched before her, filled with possibilities and dangers alike. As the sun climbed higher, casting its warm glow over Salem, Mercy felt a renewed sense of purpose. The path was fraught with obstacles, but she was resolute. The society's reach was extensive, but not unassailable. "Let them weave their webs," she thought. "We'll find a way to unravel them." The journey was just beginning, and though the outcome was uncertain, Mercy knew she could not turn back. With courage and determination, she would face whatever came next. Chapter 7. Tensions Rise. The sound of raised voices leaked through the heavy wooden door of the Putnam residence, seeping into the quiet evening air. Eliza stood in the centre of the parlour, her hands clasped tightly before her, as her father paced back and forth, his expression a storm of anger and concern. "Have you any idea what you've done?" Mr. Putnam demanded, his gaze piercing. "Associating with that girl will bring nothing but ruin upon this family." Eliza swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest. "Father, Mercy is my friend. She's done nothing wrong." "Nothing wrong?" he echoed incredulously. "She's stirring unrest, questioning the very foundations of our community. The tithingmen have reported her incessant inquiries into matters best left alone." Mrs. Putnam stepped forward, her eyes pleading rather than stern. "Eliza, dear, you must understand the position you're putting us in. Our family's reputation is at stake. The selectmen are watching everyone closely, especially those connected to undesirable elements." Eliza's cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and defiance. "Mercy seeks the truth. Is that so undesirable?" Mr. Putnam slammed his hand onto the table, causing a porcelain vase to wobble precariously. "Enough. You will cease all contact with her immediately. I will not have this family drawn into scandal or, worse, face legal repercussions for consorting with agitators." She took a hesitant step forward. "Father, I believe there's more happening in Salem than we understand. If we just listen—" He cut her off sharply. "The only thing I will listen to is your assurance that you will obey. The laws are clear, Eliza. Consorting with those who challenge our ways can lead to severe punishment, not just for you, but for all of us." Mrs. Putnam placed a gentle hand on her husband's arm. "Perhaps we can find a way to—" He shook her off. "No, this is not a matter for negotiation. Eliza must learn her place." Tears welled in Eliza's eyes, but she blinked them away. "Very well," she whispered, lowering her gaze. "Good," Mr. Putnam said firmly. "Now, go to your room and reflect on your actions." Without another word, Eliza turned and ascended the staircase, each step heavier than the last. In the solitude of her chamber, she allowed the tears to flow freely. Confusion and frustration churned within her. The weight of her family's expectations pressed down, yet the pull of her conscience was stronger. Meanwhile, in the heart of the village, Mercy walked along the cobblestone streets, acutely aware of the sideways glances and hushed whispers that followed her. The tithingmen stood at strategic corners, their eyes tracking her movements with unmasked suspicion. She clutched her basket tighter, forcing herself to appear unbothered. Approaching the common pasture, she saw a group of villagers gathered for the annual fence mending, a communal obligation that ensured the livestock remained secure. Men and women worked side by side, replacing rotten posts and tightening sagging rails. It was a time for shared labour, but also for the exchange of news and, increasingly, gossip. As Mercy drew near, the chatter quieted. Mrs. Goodwin, a stout woman with a penchant for spreading rumours, leaned toward her companion. "That's the one I was telling you about," she murmured loudly enough for Mercy to hear, always asking questions she shouldn't. Her companion sniffed disdainfully. It's not our place to meddle in matters beyond our understanding. Mercy felt a flush creep up her neck, but held her head high. Spotting Nate among the workers, she made her way to him. "Need a hand?" she offered, her voice steady. He gave her a grateful smile. "Always appreciate the help." Together, they lifted a heavy beam into place. As they worked, Mercy noticed the furtive glances and heard snippets of conversation. "She'll bring trouble upon us all," a man muttered. "Best to keep our distance," another agreed. Nate leaned in closer to Mercy. "They're just scared," he whispered. "Pay them no mind." "It's not that simple," she replied softly. "Their fear is being stoked by those who wish to control them." A tithing man approached, his expression stern. "Mercy Hale," he intoned. "A word, if you please." She exchanged a quick glance with Nate before stepping aside. "Yes?" He folded his arms. "Your inquiries into certain occurrences have been noted. It's advised that you cease such activities. They disrupt the harmony of our community." "Is seeking the truth now a transgression?" she asked calmly. "Questioning the order of things can lead to unrest," he warned. "Focus on your duties and leave such matters to those appointed to handle them." "Thank you for your counsel," Mercy said, her tone measured. As the tithing man walked away, Nate joined her. "They're tightening their grip." "All the more reason to persist," she replied. The day's work continued, but the atmosphere remained strained. By the time the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the fields, the fences stood repaired, but the rifts within the community had only deepened. Back at home, Mercy found Sarah seated at the table, a letter unfolded before her. The worry etched on her mother's face was unmistakable. "What's wrong?" Mercy asked, her pulse quickening. Sarah looked up, her eyes reflecting concern. "A notice from the selectmen. They're summoning us for a hearing regarding activities unbecoming of a godly household." Mercy's stomach lurched. "They're escalating their efforts." "They cite your associations and inquiries," Sarah said quietly. "This could have serious consequences." "I'm sorry," Mercy said, guilt threading through her resolve. Sarah reached across the table to grasp her daughter's hand. "I know you seek to do what's right, but we must be cautious. The laws are strict, and punishment for straying from the prescribed beliefs is severe." "I can't stand by while they manipulate and control through fear," Mercy insisted. "I understand," her mother replied gently, "but we must find a way to protect ourselves." That night, sleep eluded Mercy. She stared at the ceiling, the shadows playing out scenes of accusation and judgment. The threat of legal repercussions loomed large, but so did her determination to uncover the truth. The following day, she sought out Eliza, hoping for an ally in the increasingly hostile environment. She found her near the edge of the village, where the road maintenance crew laboured to fill potholes and clear debris, a communal task that, like fence mending, was as much about duty as it was about the exchange of news. "Eliza!" Mercy called softly. Her friend turned, surprise flickering across her face. "Mercy, you shouldn't be here." "Why not?" Mercy asked, stepping closer. Eliza glanced around nervously. "My parents have forbidden me from speaking with you." "I suspected as much," Mercy said, her tone resigned, "but I had to see you." "You're making things difficult," Eliza whispered, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and longing. "They say you're dangerous to associate with." "Do you believe that?" Mercy asked. Eliza hesitated. "I don't know what to believe anymore. Everything is so convoluted." A shout from the road crew drew their attention. Mr. Putnam stood with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed sternly on his daughter. "Eliza, we need you here." She nodded meekly before turning back to Mercy. "I have to go." "Wait," Mercy implored. "Please meet me tonight by the old willow." Eliza bit her lip. "I can't promise anything." "Just consider it," Mercy urged. That evening Mercy waited beneath the sweeping branches of the old willow tree, its canopy providing a sheltered enclave. The minutes outstretched, and doubt began to creep in. Perhaps Eliza wouldn't come. Perhaps the pressures were too great. But then a rustling of leaves announced her arrival. "You came," Mercy said, relief evident in her voice. "I don't have much time," Eliza replied, glancing over her shoulder. "If they find out—" "I understand," Mercy assured her, "but I need your help." Eliza's eyes searched hers. "What can I do?" "You're close to those in power. If we can find proof of their manipulations, we might be able to expose the truth." Eliza shook her head. "It's too dangerous. They're already suspicious. My father monitors my every move." "Eliza, they threaten not just us, but the entire village," Mercy pressed. "They're using fear to control everyone, to consolidate their own power." "I know," Eliza whispered, tears welling in her eyes. "But I'm scared." Mercy reached out to grasp her friend's hands. "I am too, but together we can make a difference." A moment of silence hung between them, heavy with unspoken fears. Finally, Eliza nodded slowly. "All right, I'll help you, but we must be cautious." "Thank you," Mercy said sincerely. "I can't do this without you." They spent the next hour discussing how to proceed. Eliza agreed to discreetly gather information from her father's study, documents, correspondences, anything that might reveal the extent of the selectmen's schemes. As they parted ways, Eliza paused. "Mercy, promise me you'll be careful. If anything were to happen to you—" "I promise," she replied, offering a reassuring smile. The days that followed were a delicate dance of subterfuge and vigilance. Mercy continued her daily routines, acutely aware of the tithing men's watchful eyes. Gossips swirled like a gathering storm, each whisper a reminder of the thin line she walked. At the communal road maintenance, the atmosphere was taut. The men worked in strained silence, while the women exchanged guarded glances. Mercy overheard snippets of conversation that underscored the growing divide. "Best to keep to ourselves," one man muttered. "Trouble brews where questions are asked." "Aye," another agreed, "and we've no need for more hardship." Despite the isolation, Mercy found solace in small acts of kindness. She shared herbs and remedies with those in need, her skills as a healer offering a bridge over the widening chasm. Some accepted her aid with gratitude, while others did so with reluctance, as if fearing retribution simply for associating with her. One afternoon, as she returned home, she found Nate waiting on her doorstep. "News travels fast," he said grimly. "What now?" Mercy asked wearily. "The selectmen have called a meeting," he informed her. "There's talk of enforcing stricter adherence to the laws, particularly regarding associations and religious practices." "They're tightening the noose," she observed. "Yes, and they're using the guise of preserving moral integrity," Nate said, frustration evident in his voice. "It's all a ploy to root out dissent," Mercy sighed. "We need to act soon." "Eliza has been gathering documents," he said. "She passed me some letters that implicate several key figures." "That's good," Mercy replied, hope flickering. "But we have to be careful," he cautioned. "If they catch wind of this, they'll move against us swiftly." "I know," she agreed. "We need to find a way to present this information to the community without endangering ourselves." That evening, Mercy and Sarah sat by the hearth, the warm glow casting gentle shadows across the room. She decided it was time to confide in her mother fully. "There's something you should know," Mercy began. Sarah set aside her knitting, giving her full attention. "Go on." Mercy recounted the events of the past weeks, the secret gatherings, the selectmen's manipulations, and Eliza's assistance. Sarah listened intently, her expression a mixture of concern and pride. "You've undertaken a great risk." "I couldn't stand by," Mercy said, "not when so much is at stake." Her mother nodded slowly. "Your father would be proud of your courage, but you must remember the laws are not on our side. The punishment for challenging the established order is severe." "I understand," Mercy replied, "but if we can expose the truth, perhaps we can bring about change." "Then we must be strategic," Sarah advised. "Perhaps there's a way to involve those who are respected but not fully aligned with the selectmen." "Like who?" Mercy asked. "Perhaps Reverend Jacobs," her mother suggested. "He's known for his fairness and might be willing to listen." "It's worth a try," Mercy agreed. The next day, Mercy sought out Reverend Jacobs at the small chapel on the outskirts of the village. He was a thoughtful man, his sermons focused more on compassion than fire and brimstone. "Reverend," she greeted him as he tended to the modest garden behind the chapel. He looked up, a gentle smile on his face. "Mercy Hale, what brings you here?" "I seek your counsel," she replied. "Then you've come to the right place," he said, gesturing for her to sit on a nearby bench. She shared her concerns, carefully omitting details that might endanger Eliza or Nate. Reverend Jacobs listened without interruption, his expression contemplative. "These are serious allegations," he said finally. "I wouldn't bring them to you if I didn't believe them to be true," Mercy assured him. He sighed softly. "The line between righteous governance and oppressive control can be thin. If what you say is accurate, it's a matter that requires delicate handling." "Will you help us?" she asked earnestly. "I must consider the best course of action," he replied, "but know that I share your desire for justice and the well-being of our community." As she left the chapel, Mercy felt a cautious optimism. Perhaps with the Reverend's support, they could rally others to their cause. Returning home, she found a note slipped under the door. A hurried scrawl from Eliza. "They suspect. We must be careful. Meeting tonight impossible." Mercy's heart skipped a beat. The danger was escalating. She needed to warn Nate and reconsider their plans. Under the cover of darkness, she made her way to the agreed-upon meeting spot, only to find Nate already there, his expression tense. "Eliza's been discovered," he said without preamble. "How do you know?" Mercy asked, her pulse quickening. "Word is spreading that the selectmen are investigating internal leaks," he explained. "We need to ensure her safety." "Agreed," Mercy said. "But how?" "We might need to lay low for a while," he suggested. "Let things settle." "But the longer we wait, the stronger their hold becomes," she argued. "Mercy, we can't help anyone if we're imprisoned or worse," Nate cautioned. She knew he was right, but the thought of inaction was unbearable. "All right," she conceded, "but we need to stay vigilant." As they parted ways, Mercy's mind was a tempest of worry and determination. The walls were closing in, but she refused to be confined by fear. Back at home, she found Sarah waiting, concern etched on her face. "I heard there was unrest in the village tonight." "Yes," Mercy confirmed, "things are coming to a head." Her mother placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Remember, courage is not the absence of fear, but the resolve to act despite it." "I'll do my best," Mercy promised. That night, sleep was a distant hope. She lay awake, contemplating their next move. The bonds of friendship with Eliza had only strengthened under pressure, and Nate's unwavering support was a beacon in the encroaching darkness. As dawn approached, Mercy rose with renewed resolve. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but she was not alone. Together they would face whatever challenges arose. "Let them try to silence us," she whispered into the quiet morning. "We will not be undone." Chapter 8. Abigail's Clue. A hushed urgency clung to the air as Mercy and Nate navigated the dense thicket surrounding Midnight Lake. Every step was a calculated risk, the snapping of twigs underfoot a potential alarm to unseen watchers. They moved with a shared purpose, driven by the unshakable feeling that the answers they sought lay hidden in this forbidden place. "Are you sure this is the right path?" Nate whispered, his eyes scanning the shadows that danced between the trees. "Positive," Mercy replied, her voice steady. "Patience mentioned a clearing near the eastern shore where unusual things have been found." They pressed on, the canopy above closing in like a shroud. The lake soon came into view, a vast dark mirror reflecting the encroaching twilight. It was here that whispers spoke of strange happenings, where superstitions intertwined with harsh realities. "Over there!" Mercy pointed toward a cluster of rocks jutting out near the water's edge. Something bright caught her eye, a stark contrast against the muted tones of the landscape. They approached cautiously, and as they drew nearer, Mercy's heart quickened. Nestled among the stones was a delicate ribbon, its crimson hue unmistakable. "That's Abigail's," she breathed, reaching down to pick it up. The satin was frayed at the edges, as if torn forcibly. Nate examined it closely. "I've seen her wear this in her hair," he confirmed. "This can't be a coincidence." Mercy turned the ribbon over in her hands, a knot forming in her stomach. "She was here, recently by the looks of it." "Which means," Nate began, the implication hanging heavy between them. "She might still be alive," Mercy finished, hope flickering amidst the dread. "Or at least we can find out what happened to her." They exchanged a determined glance. This discovery was more than a clue. It was a tangible connection to Abigail, a thread they could follow. "Look around for anything else," Mercy suggested. "Anything out of place." They scoured the area, careful not to disturb potential evidence. Nate uncovered footprints in the soft earth, several sets leading away from the lake toward the deeper woods. "Multiple people," he noted, crouching to get a better look. "Some of the prints are heavier, possibly men." Mercy joined him, her mind racing. Could be the selectmen or their associates. If they're involved in her disappearance, it would confirm our worst suspicions, Nate said grimly. The weight of their discovery settled upon them. Uncovering the truth could implicate the most powerful figures in Salem, a revelation that would not come without severe repercussions. As they contemplated their next move, Mercy's thoughts drifted to the precarious position she already occupied within the community. Her family's social standing was fragile, her father's absence leaving them without the protective shield of a male patriarch in a society that valued men above all. "Do you ever wonder," she began softly, "what will become of us if we push too far?" Nate looked at her, concern etched in his features. "What do you mean?" She sighed, gazing out over the dark waters. Challenging men like Isaac Porter and Reverend Parris isn't just dangerous, it's potentially ruinous, for my mother and me, especially. "Your courage is what sets you apart," Nate replied gently. "But I understand your fear." Mercy appreciated his empathy, but felt the need to voice the deeper turmoil within her. "As a woman, my options are limited. I own nothing, and any inheritance is out of reach due to the laws favouring male heirs. If we become pariahs, we'll have nothing to fall back on." "The law is unjust," Nate agreed, frustration creeping into his voice. "It's designed to keep power in the hands of a few." She nodded. And women like me are expected to remain silent to accept our lot without question. But how can I, knowing what I do? You shouldn't have to, he said firmly. Your voice matters. Mercy offered a sad smile. In the eyes of the law, it doesn't. Property inheritance laws ensure that women are dependent, our fates tied to the men around us. My father's death left us vulnerable. If we're ostracized, we could lose everything. Then we'll find another way, Nate assured her. You're not alone in this. She met his gaze, gratitude mingling with resolve. I know, but I need to be certain that pursuing this is worth the risk, not just for me, but for my mother. Do you believe Abigail deserves justice? He asked pointedly. Without a doubt, Mercy replied without hesitation. Then we have to see this through, Nate said, no matter the cost. She took a deep breath, the cool air filling her lungs. You're right. Standing by while others suffer isn't an option, even if it means facing the wrath of those in power. Agreed, he said. We'll proceed carefully, but we won't back down. A rustling in the bushes snapped their attention back to their surroundings. They exchanged a wary glance, instincts on high alert. Did you hear that? Mercy whispered. Yes, we should go, Nate urged, scanning the area for any sign of movement. They retreated from the lake shore, retracing their steps with as much stealth as they could muster. The forest seemed more oppressive now, the trees closing ranks as if to conceal secrets best left undisturbed. Once they reached the relative safety of the main path, Mercy allowed herself to relax slightly. We need to decide our next move. Agreed, Nate said. We could take the ribbon to someone trustworthy, perhaps Reverend Jacobs. He might help us without alerting the wrong people. Mercy considered the idea. He's sympathetic, but maybe hesitant to oppose the selectman directly. Then who? Nate asked. She thought for a moment. Perhaps Patience Warren. She understands more than she lets on and isn't beholden to the town's hierarchy. She's an outsider, though, Nate cautioned. Her involvement could complicate matters. True, Mercy conceded, but we need guidance from someone who isn't under the selectman's influence. All right, he agreed. Let's visit her tomorrow. As they parted ways, Mercy felt the weight of their discovery pressing upon her. Returning home, she found Sarah seated by the hearth, mending a torn garment. You're back late, her mother observed, concern flickering in her eyes. I was with Nate, Mercy replied, taking a seat beside her. We found something near Midnight Lake. Sarah paused her stitching. You went there. You know how dangerous that is. I had to, Mercy insisted. She revealed the ribbon, placing it gently on the table. It's Abigail's, I'm sure of it. Her mother's expression softened, a mixture of sorrow and worry. Oh, Mercy, this could bring more trouble than you realize. I can't ignore this, she said firmly. Abigail might still be out there. She needs our help. Sarah sighed, setting the garment aside. I admire your determination, but you must be cautious. The people you're dealing with won't hesitate to protect themselves, even at the expense of others. I understand the risks, Mercy assured her, but doing nothing feels wrong. Her mother reached out, squeezing her hand gently. Just promise me you'll be careful. We can't afford to draw more ire from the town. I promise, Mercy said, though she knew the path ahead would only grow more treacherous. That night, sleep eluded her. She lay awake, contemplating the harsh realities of her position. As a young woman in Salem, her autonomy was limited. The laws were clear, inheritance and property rights were the domain of men. Without a father or husband, she and her mother were vulnerable. Is it foolish to challenge the foundations of our society? She wondered aloud. The room offered no answers, only the steady crackle of the dying fire. Yet the thought of Abigail, frightened, possibly alone, spurred her resolve. Mercy couldn't shake the feeling that their fates were intertwined. Ignoring the injustice would be a betrayal of her own conscience. The following morning she met Nate at the edge of the woods, leading to Patience's dwelling. The healer lived on the outskirts, her home a modest cottage nestled among ancient trees. "Ready?" Nate asked. "Yes," Mercy replied, clutching the ribbon tightly. They approached Patience's cottage, the air thick with the scent of herbs and earth. Before they could knock, the door opened. "I've been expecting you," Patience said, her eyes reflecting a knowing calm. "You have?" Mercy asked, taken aback. Patience gestured for them to enter. "News travels swiftly in ways unseen. Come inside." The interior was warm and inviting, shelves lined with jars of dried plants and tinctures. A large wooden table occupied the centre of the room, strewn with open books and notes. "What brings you here?" Patience inquired, though her gaze suggested she already knew. Mercy placed the ribbon on the table. "We found this near Midnight Lake. It's Abigail's." Patience examined it carefully. "Indeed it is. This confirms what I've suspected." "Do you know where she is?" Nate asked urgently. Patience met his eyes. "I believe she's being held by those who wish to keep certain truths hidden." "The selectmen," Mercy stated. Patience nodded subtly. "Their reach is vast and their fear of exposure even greater." "How can we help her?" Mercy implored. "By shedding light on their actions," Patience advised. "But you must be prepared for the consequences." Mercy hesitated. "I've been thinking about that. If we proceed, my mother and I could lose everything. Our standing in the community is already precarious." "The laws are not kind to women in your position," Patience acknowledged. "Property inheritance, legal protections, they favour men heavily." "I know," Mercy said softly, "but I can't let that stop me." Patience smiled gently. "Courage is not without fear, but the willingness to act despite it." Nate stepped forward. "We're committed to finding Abigail and exposing the truth. What can you tell us that might help?" Patience considered for a moment. "The select men conduct their affairs under the guise of righteousness, but their deeds betray them. They use religious doctrine to justify their actions, instilling fear of divine punishment to maintain control." "Typical," Nate muttered. "Many in the community believe that challenging authority is akin to challenging God," Patience continued. "But true faith calls for justice and compassion." Mercy felt a surge of conviction. "Then it's our moral duty to act." "Indeed," Patience agreed, "but tread carefully, gather evidence, find allies, and when the time is right, reveal the truth." "Thank you," Mercy said sincerely. "Your guidance means a great deal." Patience inclined her head. "You are not alone in this. Remember that." Leaving the cottage, Mercy and Nate felt a renewed sense of purpose. The path ahead was fraught with danger, but they were no longer stumbling in the dark. "We need to find concrete proof of their involvement," Nate said as they walked. "Agreed," Mercy replied. "Perhaps there's a way to access records or correspondence that could expose their actions." "Eliza might be able to help," Nate suggested. Mercy frowned. "I worry about involving her further. Her family's already suspicious." "I understand," he said, "but we need all the help we can get." "I'll speak with her carefully," Mercy conceded. As they approached the village, the familiar sights and sounds seemed different somehow, tainted by the knowledge of the corruption lurking beneath the surface. "Do you ever think about how easily everything could be taken from us?" Mercy asked, her thoughts returning to the legal limitations she faced. "More often than I'd like," Nate admitted. But that just means we have to fight harder." She nodded. "I refuse to let unjust laws and powerful men dictate what's right." "You're stronger than many give you credit for," he said admiringly. "Strength doesn't change the reality," she replied. "But perhaps it can shape the future." That evening Mercy found Eliza at the well, drawing water under the watchful eye of her family's maid. "Eliza," Mercy greeted cautiously. Her friend glanced around nervously. "We shouldn't be seen together." "I know, but it's important," Mercy said quietly. "We found something that confirms our suspicions about Abigail." Eliza's eyes widened. "What did you find?" Mercy quickly recounted the discovery of the ribbon and their visit to Patience. "This is serious," Eliza whispered. "If my family knew I was speaking with you—" "I won't keep you," Mercy assured her, "but we could use your help." Eliza hesitated. "What do you need?" "Access to any documents or letters that might implicate the selectmen," Mercy explained. "That's incredibly risky," Eliza said, fear evident in her voice. "I wouldn't ask if it weren't crucial," Mercy replied earnestly. Eliza glanced at the maid, who was engrossed in her own tasks. "I'll see what I can do, but no promises." "Thank you," Mercy said. "Be careful." As Mercy walked away, she couldn't shake the feeling that time was running out. The walls were closing in, but retreat was not an option. Returning home, she found Sarah tending to a pot over the hearth. The aroma of stew filled the air, a small comfort amidst the turmoil. "How did it go with Patience?" her mother asked. "Enlightening," Mercy replied, taking a seat. "She confirmed our suspicions and offered advice." "She's a wise woman," Sarah said, "but her position outside the community affords her a freedom we don't have." "True," Mercy acknowledged, "but her support is invaluable." They ate in contemplative silence, each lost in their own thoughts. After dinner, Mercy retired to her room, her mind a whirlwind of plans and possibilities. She retrieved a worn journal from beneath her mattress, a place where she recorded her observations and reflections. Turning to a fresh page, she began to write. "Today, we found Abigail's ribbon near Midnight Lake. A small thing, yet it holds immense significance. It symbolizes hope, danger, and the thin thread connecting us all. The laws constrain me, society doubts me, but I cannot abandon this path. If justice is to prevail, we must challenge the very structures that bind us. As a woman, my voice is often dismissed, my rights limited. But I believe that righteousness transcends legalities. Perhaps one day our world will recognize the strength and wisdom women possess. Until then, I will do what I must, guided by conscience and the unwavering belief that some risks are worth taking." Closing the journal, Mercy felt a calm resolve settle over her. The road ahead was uncertain, but her course was clear. She whispered a silent prayer, not for protection, but for the courage to face whatever trials awaited. In a society that sought to silence her, Mercy chose to speak. In a world that tried to limit her, she sought to expand the boundaries. "Abigail, wherever you are," she murmured into the quiet night, "we will find you." Letter from Isaac Porter to Reverend Samuel Parris, March 3rd, 1692. Esteemed Reverend Parris, the recent events have given me cause for concern. The disappearance of Abigail Williams has unsettled our community, and whispers of dissent grow louder. The Hale girl, Mercy, and her companions seem particularly restless, probing into matters best left undisturbed. It is imperative that we maintain order and uphold the sanctity of our societal structure. I propose that we reinforce our positions through sermons that remind the congregation of the perils of straying from our established norms. Your eloquence from the pulpit has always been a guiding light for Salem. Let us meet soon to discuss how best to navigate these turbulent waters. Unity and obedience are paramount, and we must ensure that our flock remains under the vigilant care of its shepherds. In steadfast commitment, Isaac Porter. Chapter 9. Plans in Motion. The flicker of torchlight danced ominously across the stone walls of the abandoned mill, casting elongated shadows that seemed to breathe with a life of their own. Mercy stood near the entrance, her senses heightened, every creak and whisper amplified in the stillness of the night. Beside her, Nate tightened his grip on a worn leather satchel, his eyes scanning the dark corners for any sign of movement. Eliza lingered a few steps behind, her face pale but resolute. "Are you certain he'll come?" Eliza whispered, her voice barely audible. Mercy nodded. "He can't resist the promise of secrecy. It's the one currency that holds value among them." As if on cue, footsteps echoed from the corridor leading deeper into the mill. A figure emerged from the shadows, Thomas Abernathy, a junior member of the selectmen and known to frequent the clandestine gatherings of the society. His eyes narrowed as he took in the trio before him. "You requested a meeting," Thomas said cautiously. "This is highly irregular." "Thank you for coming," Mercy replied evenly. "We have matters of great importance to discuss." Thomas glanced around nervously. "This place is not safe. If we're discovered—" "Then perhaps you understand the urgency," Nate interjected, stepping forward. "We need answers." Thomas bristled at Nate's assertiveness. "I am not obliged to explain myself to you." "Perhaps not," Mercy conceded, her tone measured. "But we found something that concerns all of us." She reached into her cloak and produced the crimson ribbon, holding it up so the torchlight illuminated its frayed edges. Thomas's eyes flickered with recognition. "Where did you get that?" "Near Midnight Lake," Mercy replied. "It belongs to Abigail Williams. We believe you know what happened to her." He shifted uncomfortably, his gaze darting between them. "I have no idea what you're insinuating." "Enough with the pretense," Eliza spoke up, her voice surprisingly firm. "We know about the society's gatherings, the rituals, the symbols. We want the truth." Thomas's jaw tightened. "You're treading dangerous ground. These are matters beyond your comprehension." "Enlighten us, then," Nate challenged, "because from where we stand it appears you're using fear and superstition to manipulate the entire town." Thomas hesitated, weighing his options. Finally, he exhaled sharply. "You speak of things you cannot understand. Our actions are guided by a higher purpose." Mercy stepped closer, her eyes locking onto his. "Does that higher purpose involve abducting innocent girls?" He recoiled slightly. "Abigail was an unfortunate necessity." "Necessity!" Eliza echoed, horror creeping into her voice. "How can you say that?" Thomas straightened, a hint of defiance in his posture. "The scriptures teach us that sacrifices must be made for the greater good. Just as Abraham was willing to offer his son Isaac, we too must be willing to act for the preservation of our community." "You're twisting scripture to justify your crimes," Mercy retorted. "There's nothing righteous about what you've done." His expression hardened. "We are the shepherds of Salem, tasked with maintaining order and purity. The forces that threaten us are cunning and relentless. Without our intervention, the town would descend into chaos." Nate shook his head in disbelief. "So you believe you're above the law? That you can commit atrocities in the name of some misguided mission?" Thomas's eyes flashed with indignation. "We are the law. The selectmen have been granted authority by divine right. It is our burden to bear." "Authority doesn't grant you the right to harm others," Mercy insisted. "Abigail deserves justice, and the people of Salem deserve to know the truth." Thomas took a step forward, his voice low and menacing. "You are meddling in affairs that could have dire consequences for you and your families. I suggest you abandon this folly before it's too late." "Is that a threat?" Nate asked, positioning himself protectively between Thomas and the women. "A warning," Thomas replied coldly, "for your own safety." Eliza's composure wavered, but she steadied herself. "We won't be silenced by fear." Thomas regarded them with a mixture of contempt and pity. "Your courage is misguided. The forces at play are beyond your control." "Perhaps," Mercy said, her gaze unwavering, "but we won't stand by while innocent lives are destroyed." He studied her for a long moment before a faint smirk curved his lips. "Do as you will, but know that defiance comes at a cost." Without another word, Thomas turned and vanished into the shadows from whence he came, leaving the trio alone in the oppressive silence of the mill. As the echoes of his departure faded, Eliza released a shaky breath. "What have we gotten ourselves into?" "The truth," Mercy replied softly, "and now we must act on it." Nate ran a hand through his hair, tension evident in his stance. "He's not going to help us. If anything, we've just alerted them to our intentions." "Which is why we need to move quickly," Mercy said. "We have to expose them during their next gathering." Eliza looked apprehensive. "But how? They're powerful men, respected by the entire community. Who will believe us?" "We'll gather evidence," Mercy declared. "Documents, witnesses, anything that can prove their misconduct. We can present it to Reverend Jacobs. He may be able to rally others to our cause." Nate nodded thoughtfully. "We could also involve Patience Warren. Her knowledge and standing outside the town's hierarchy might lend credibility." "Agreed," Mercy said, "but we must be discreet. They won't hesitate to silence us if they suspect we're a real threat." Eliza shuddered. "I'm afraid for my family. If they find out I've been aiding you—" Mercy placed a reassuring hand on her friend's shoulder. "I won't let any harm come to you. We all knew the risks when we started this." "She's right," Nate added. "We're in this together." Eliza managed a weak smile. "Thank you. I just wish there were another way." Mercy's expression hardened. "The only way out is through. They've hidden behind their authority for too long." They spent the next several hours huddled around a makeshift table in the mill, formulating a plan. Maps of the town and surrounding areas were spread before them, along with notes and sketches Mercy had compiled over weeks of investigation. "The next gathering is in 2 nights at the old chapel ruins," Mercy said, tracing a route on the map. "We'll need to get there ahead of time." Nate pointed to a vantage point. "We can position ourselves here. It overlooks the main area, but provides enough cover." Eliza tapped a spot on the map. "There's an old storage cellar beneath the ruins. If we can access it, we might find records or artifacts they use in their rituals." "That's a good lead," Mercy agreed. "But we'll need to be careful. If we're caught—" Nate finished the thought. "We could be charged with trespassing or worse. They'll use any legal means to discredit us." "Speaking of legal means," Mercy said, "we need to understand how they'll justify their actions if confronted. Thomas mentioned biblical precedents. They'll hide behind scripture." Eliza frowned. "But the Bible doesn't condone kidnapping or harm." "True," Mercy replied, "but they manipulate interpretations to suit their agenda. We need to be prepared to counter their arguments." Nate leaned back, his eyes thoughtful. "Perhaps we can find contradictory scriptures, ones that emphasize justice and protection of the innocent." "An eye for an eye," Eliza mused, "but also, 'Thou shalt not kill,' and 'love thy neighbour as thyself.'" Mercy nodded. Exactly. If we can expose their hypocrisy, it may sway public opinion. As the first light of dawn filtered through the cracks in the mill's walls, they knew it was time to disperse. Exhaustion tugged at their limbs, but urgency propelled them forward. "Get some rest," Nate advised. "We'll reconvene tonight to finalize details." They parted ways, each acutely aware of the precariousness of their situation. Mercy returned home to find Sarah awaiting her, concern etched in every line of her face. "You've been out all night," her mother remarked gently. "I'm sorry," Mercy replied, removing her cloak. "There's much to be done." Sarah studied her daughter, a mix of pride and worry in her eyes. "I can see the weight you carry. Remember, you don't have to bear it alone." "I know," Mercy said softly, "but I can't turn back now." "Then be cautious," Sarah advised. "The men you're up against wield not just power, but influence over the very laws that govern us. Which is why they must be stopped," Mercy insisted. "They're abusing their positions." Sarah sighed, pulling her shawl tighter around her shoulders. "Just promise me you'll take care." "I will," Mercy assured her. Retreating to her room, Mercy allowed herself a brief respite. The enormity of their plan loomed large, but so did the necessity of action. She recalled the fear in Thomas's eyes, a subtle admission that they posed a genuine threat. It bolstered her resolve. Later that day, she sought out Reverend Jacobs at the chapel. He greeted her with a warm smile, though his eyes reflected concern. "Mercy, it's good to see you," he said, "though I sense this is not a social visit." "You're perceptive as always, Reverend," she replied. They walked along the chapel garden, the scent of blooming herbs offering a brief solace. "I fear the situation in our town is more dire than we realized," Mercy began. She recounted the confrontation with Thomas, omitting certain details to protect Eliza and Nate. Reverend Jacobs listened intently, his brow furrowing deeper with each revelation. "These are grave accusations," he said finally. "To think that those entrusted with leadership could be so corrupted." "Will you help us?" Mercy asked earnestly. "We plan to expose them during their next gathering." He sighed heavily. "I am but one man, and my influence is limited, but I cannot in good conscience ignore such injustices." "Your support could sway others," she pressed. "People respect you." Reverend Jacobs nodded slowly. "Very well, I will stand with you. But we must proceed carefully. They will undoubtedly use every means at their disposal to protect themselves." "Thank you," Mercy said, relief evident in her voice. As she left the chapel, a sense of solidarity buoyed her spirits. They were no longer a small group acting in isolation. The circle of allies was growing. That evening the trio gathered once more, this time at Patience Warren's cottage. The healer had offered her home as a secure meeting place, its secluded location providing a measure of safety. Patience greeted them warmly. "I've prepared some herbal tea. It may help clear your minds for the tasks ahead." They settled around her worn wooden table, the aromatic steam rising from their cups. "We've finalized our plan," Mercy announced, detailing the steps they would take to infiltrate the gathering and collect evidence. Patience listened thoughtfully. "Your courage is commendable, but be mindful of the dangers. The laws are not on your side, especially given the societal constraints placed upon women." "I've considered that," Mercy acknowledged, "but I can't let fear dictate my actions." "Nor should you," Patience agreed. "Just remember that discretion can be as powerful as boldness." Nate spread out a series of sketches and notes. "We've identified potential escape routes and contingencies in case things go awry." Eliza pointed to a section of the map. "I'll secure access to the cellar before the gathering begins. With any luck, we can find incriminating items." Good, Mercy said. Every piece of evidence strengthens our position. As the night wore on, they refined their strategy, each contributing insights and suggestions. There was a palpable sense of unity, a shared understanding of the risks, and a collective commitment to their cause. Before they parted, Patience addressed them solemnly. Whatever happens, know that you have fought for justice and truth. Those are virtues that transcend any law or social structure. Thank you for your support, Mercy replied. It means more than you know. They left the cottage under the cloak of darkness, each returning to their homes with the weight of anticipation heavy upon them. Back at her own dwelling, Mercy found Sarah waiting once again. "You're determined," her mother observed. "Yes," Mercy affirmed. Sarah embraced her tightly. "Then go with my blessing, and know that whatever comes, I am proud of you." Emotion welled within Mercy. "I couldn't do this without your faith in me." That night, sleep was a distant prospect. Mercy lay awake, thoughts racing. She replayed the confrontation with Thomas in her mind, the way he hid behind scripture, twisting its words to justify heinous acts. It infuriated her, but also solidified her resolve. They may control the laws, she thought, but they do not control the truth. As dawn approached, she rose and prepared herself for the day ahead. There was no room for doubt or hesitation. The plans were in motion, and the time for action was at hand. She donned a simple dress, practical and unadorned, and secured the crimson ribbon inside her satchel, a silent reminder of why they fought. Stepping outside, the air was crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke and the distant murmur of a waking town. Mercy drew a deep breath, steadying herself. "Whatever happens tonight," she whispered, "we will face it together." She set off to meet Nate and Eliza, the first rays of sunlight casting long shadows behind her. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but the cause was just. In the heart of Salem, the wheels of power turned, oblivious to the forces gathering against them. But Mercy knew that change often started with a single step, a single act of defiance. As she walked toward the unknown, she carried with her the hopes of those silenced by fear, the weight of unjust laws, and the unyielding belief that righteousness would prevail. Chapter 10. A Dangerous Alliance. A palpable tension filled the dimly lit barn as Mercy stood before the small assembly of trusted villagers. The scent of hay mingled with the cool night air, and lanterns cast elongated shadows that danced along the wooden beams. Nate and Eliza stood at her side, their faces mirroring the gravity of the moment. "Thank you all for coming," Mercy began, her voice steady yet edged with urgency. "We face a grave situation. The Society's next gathering is imminent, and we believe it's time to act." Among the gathered were Thomas Miller, the steadfast blacksmith, Rebecca Shaw, whose sharp eyes missed nothing, and Samuel Abbott, a farmer known for his integrity. Each had been carefully chosen for their discretion and shared concern over the unsettling events unfolding in Salem. Nate unrolled a parchment map onto a makeshift table, the inked lines depicting the layout of the town and surrounding woods. "The gathering will take place at the old chapel ruins on the western hill," he explained, pointing to a marked spot. "We plan to intercept them here, where the path narrows and the underbrush provides cover." Eliza leaned forward, her gaze intense. "Our goal isn't confrontation, but observation. We need witnesses to their actions, proof of what they've been doing under the veil of secrecy." Thomas exchanged a wary glance with Rebecca. "What exactly are we to witness?" he asked. "And what risks do we incur by doing so?" Mercy took a deep breath. We suspect the society is involved in Abigail's disappearance and other manipulations within our community. By observing their gathering, we aim to uncover evidence that can expose their deeds." Samuel crossed his arms, his brow furrowed. "These are powerful men. If they catch us spying, the consequences could be dire, not just for us, but for our families." "You're right to be cautious," Mercy acknowledged, "but consider what's at stake. The well-being of Salem rests on bringing the truth to light. We cannot allow fear to silence us." Rebecca nodded thoughtfully. "I've seen the changes, the way the tithingmen watch us, the unease that hangs over the town. Something isn't right." Thomas sighed, his resolve hardening. "Very well, I'll stand with you, but we must be meticulous. One misstep could cost us dearly." A murmur of agreement rippled through the group. Mercy felt a surge of gratitude toward these individuals willing to risk so much for the greater good. "Here's the plan," Nate continued, detailing the positions each would take around the chapel ruins. "We need to remain unseen but close enough to hear and, if possible, document their words." Eliza produced a small notebook and a piece of charcoal. "Record everything you can, dates, times, names, anything that could serve as evidence." As the meeting progressed, the weight of their undertaking settled upon them. Mercy watched as each person grappled with their own fears and doubts. She herself felt the heavy cloak of responsibility, knowing that her actions could irrevocably alter not just her life, but the lives of those she cared about. When the logistics had been thoroughly discussed, the group began to disperse, slipping out into the night one by one to avoid drawing attention. Mercy lingered, her mind restless. "Are you all right?" Nate asked softly, noticing her distant gaze. She offered a faint smile. "Just thinking." "About tomorrow?" "About everything," she admitted. "The risks we're taking, the lines we're crossing." Eliza approached, her expression sympathetic. "It's not too late to reconsider." Mercy shook her head. "No, we've come too far to turn back now." "Then we face it together," Nate affirmed, his eyes meeting hers with unwavering support. As they stepped outside, the crisp air was a stark contrast to the warmth of the barn. Stars pierced the velvet sky, indifferent to the turmoil below. They parted ways, each heading home under the cloak of darkness. On her way back, Mercy walked past the church, its steeple silhouetted against the night. The sight stirred a mix of emotions, comfort from familiar rituals and a pang of uncertainty about the path she treaded. The teachings of her faith emphasized obedience and humility, virtues she held dear. Yet she couldn't shake the conviction that challenging the society's corruption was a moral imperative. Upon reaching her modest cottage, she found Sarah waiting by the hearth, a knitted shawl draped over her shoulders. "Late night?" her mother inquired gently. Mercy nodded, removing her cloak. "Preparations took longer than expected." Sarah studied her with a discerning eye. "You've been distant lately. Is there something you wish to share?" Taking a seat beside her, Mercy hesitated before speaking. "Mother, there's much happening that I can't fully explain, not yet, but I need you to trust that what I'm doing is necessary." Sarah reached out, her hand covering Mercy's. "I worry for you. The world is not always kind to those who challenge it." "I know," Mercy whispered, "but I can't ignore what's wrong. If I do nothing, am I not complicit?" Her mother sighed softly. "Your heart has always guided you toward righteousness. Just remember that actions have consequences, and sometimes the line between truth and survival is thinner than we realize." "I've thought about that," Mercy confessed. "Our standing in the community is fragile. Defying the society could jeopardize everything we have." Material possessions can be replaced, Sarah replied, but the loss of one's integrity leaves a void that cannot be filled. They sat in contemplative silence, the crackling fire providing a soothing backdrop. Mercy felt a deep appreciation for her mother's wisdom, a beacon in the murkiness of her doubts. "Do you recall when Father would read from the Proverbs?" Mercy asked suddenly. Sarah smiled wistfully. "He favoured the passages about wisdom and understanding." "Yes," Mercy said, "he taught me that wisdom often requires courage, that doing what's right isn't always easy." "Your father was a good man," Sarah agreed. "He would be proud of the woman you've become." Emotion tightened Mercy's throat. "I hope so." As the hour grew late, Sarah encouraged her to rest. "You'll need your strength for whatever lies ahead." In the quiet of her room, Mercy prepared for the coming night. She gathered essential items, a small notebook, a piece of charcoal, and a locket containing a miniature portrait of her family. Holding the locket, she whispered a silent prayer for guidance and protection. Lying in bed, sleep remained elusive. Her thoughts drifted to the villagers who would join them, the trust they placed in her, the risks they accepted. She pondered the communal bonds that tied Salem's families together, a web of relationships built on shared experiences and mutual dependencies. By involving others, she not only endangered herself but also threatened the delicate balance of the community. "Am I right to ask this of them?" she wondered. "To disrupt their lives for a cause they didn't seek?" Yet, she reasoned, the corruption affected them all, even if they were unaware. The society's manipulation eroded the very foundations of trust and justice that held their world together. Morning light filtered through the window, casting a soft glow that stirred her from restless slumber. Rising, she donned her daily attire, the familiar routine providing a semblance of normalcy. Throughout the day, Mercy fulfilled her usual duties, tending to the garden, assisting her mother with household tasks, and delivering herbal remedies to those in need. Each interaction was tinged with an undercurrent of tension, as if the villagers sensed the approaching storm. At midday, she visited Widow Allen, who greeted her with a warm but weary smile. "Ah, Mercy, just the person I needed to see." "I've brought the tonic you requested," Mercy said, handing over a small vial. "Bless you, child," the widow replied. "These old bones aren't what they used to be." As they chatted briefly, Mercy couldn't help but notice the shadow of concern in the woman's eyes. "Is everything all right?" Widow Allen hesitated before speaking. "There's been talk, whispers of unrest and strange happenings. Makes a body uneasy." "Change often does," Mercy observed gently. The widow studied her for a moment. "You're a good girl, Mercy. Keep your wits about you." "I will," she promised. Leaving the cottage, Mercy felt the weight of unspoken fears pressing upon the community. The air was thick with anticipation, a collective holding of breath. Returning home, she found Nate waiting discreetly by the side gate. His expression was serious, a mirror of her own inner turmoil. "Everything is set," he informed her quietly. "The others are prepared." She nodded. "Tonight, then." "Are you ready?" he asked, searching her face. "As much as I can be," she replied. "And you?" He offered a faint smile. "With you leading, how could I not be?" They shared a brief moment of mutual understanding before he departed to finalize arrangements. As dusk settled, Mercy sat with her mother for supper. The meal was simple, a stew of root vegetables and freshly baked bread. They ate in companionable silence, the unspoken words hanging between them. "I may be late returning tonight," Mercy said finally. Sarah met her gaze. "I know." "Thank you," Mercy whispered. "For what?" "For believing in me. Her mother reached across the table, squeezing her hand. "It's not hard to do." With the first stars emerging in the twilight sky, Mercy donned her cloak and gathered her things. At the doorway she paused, taking in the familiar comforts of home. The worn rug, the scent of herbs hanging to dry, the soft glow of the hearth. "Be safe," Sarah urged softly. "I will," Mercy assured her. Stepping into the night, she felt a surge of determination tempered by the gravity of the task ahead. The path to the meeting point was shrouded in shadows, each step a reaffirmation of her resolve. Reaching the designated spot, she found Nate, Eliza, and the others waiting. Faces reflected the flickering light of concealed lanterns, a mosaic of apprehension and steadfastness. "Is everyone ready?" Mercy asked, her voice steady. A collective murmur of assent answered her. "Remember," she continued, "our purpose is to observe and gather evidence. We must act with caution and unity." As they moved toward the old chapel ruins, the weight of their endeavour pressed upon them. The forest seemed to hold its breath. The usual nocturnal sounds hushed, as if nature itself was aware of the unfolding drama. They took their positions around the perimeter, concealed by undergrowth and the cloak of darkness. From her vantage point, Mercy could see the society members begin to gather, silhouettes against the backdrop of a waning moon. Her heart pounded in her chest, a rhythmic reminder of both her fear and her courage. The moment of truth was at hand, and there was no turning back. In that silent vigil, Mercy reflected on the intricate tapestry of obligations that bound them all, the expectations of family, the dictates of society, the moral imperatives of faith. The line between truth and survival was indeed delicate, but she understood now that some truths were worth the risk. As the society's voices rose in hushed incantations, Mercy steadied herself. The confrontation loomed on the horizon, a tempest ready to break. "Let justice be our guide," she whispered into the night. The stage was set and the pieces were in motion. What came next would test the very fabric of their convictions and the strength of their alliance. Chapter 11. Showdown at Midnight Lake. A piercing cry shattered the stillness, jolting Mercy's senses to full alert. She recognized the voice instantly. Abigail. Without hesitation, Mercy glanced at Nate and Eliza, their eyes mirroring the urgency she felt. The time for covert maneuvers had passed. The moment to confront the society had arrived. Hidden among the dense foliage surrounding Midnight Lake, Mercy and her allies surveyed the unsettling scene unfolding before them. The selectmen, cloaked in the authority they wielded so oppressively, stood in a tight circle around a crude altar. Flickering torchlight cast eerie shadows on their faces, contorted with a zeal that bordered on fanaticism. Isaac Porter raised his arms, his voice resonating over the hushed waters. "We gather under the gaze of the Almighty to protect Salem from the darkness that seeks to consume it." Reverend Parris stood beside him, clutching a worn Bible to his chest. "Through our devotion and sacrifice, we maintain the sanctity of our community." At the centre of the circle stood Abigail, her hands bound, eyes wide with fear. The sight ignited a fire within Mercy. She exchanged a resolute nod with Nate and stepped forward, breaking from the cover of the trees. "Stop this at once!" Mercy's voice cut through the ritualistic chant like a blade. The selectmen turned in unison, shock and irritation flashing across their features. Murmurs rippled through the group as more of Mercy's allies emerged from the shadows, forming a determined line behind her. Isaac's eyes narrowed. "Mercy Hale, you have no place here. Leave immediately." "I have every right to be here," she retorted, her voice steady, "as do all of us who refuse to be controlled by fear and deception." Reverend Paris stepped forward, his expression stern. "You are disrupting a sacred ceremony. This blasphemy will not be tolerated." Eliza moved to stand beside Mercy, her gaze fixed on her father, Mr. Putnam. "Father, this must end. What you're doing is wrong." A gasp went up from the assembly. Eliza's public defiance was a bold severing of familial and societal bonds. Mr. Putnam's face flushed with a mix of anger and disbelief. "Eliza, you will hold your tongue and return home at once." She shook her head firmly. "No, I can no longer be silent. The people of Salem deserve to know the truth." Abigail found her voice trembling but clear. "They've held me against my will, using me to justify their actions. This isn't protection, it's oppression." The crowd of onlookers grew as villagers, drawn by the commotion, gathered at the edge of the clearing. Whispered conversations hinted at confusion and growing concern. Isaac raised his hands in a placating gesture. "Friends, do not be swayed by the hysteria of a few misguided youths. Everything we do is for the greater good of Salem." "Is it?" Nate challenged, stepping forward. "Or is it for the consolidation of your own power?" A murmur of agreement swept through the villagers. Faces once filled with unquestioning trust now showed signs of doubt. Reverend Paris's voice took on a warning tone. "We have been appointed by divine will to lead. To question us is to question the Almighty himself." Mercy met his gaze unflinchingly. "Faith should not be a tool for manipulation. The true sin here is the abuse of your positions to instill fear and control." An elderly woman in the crowd spoke up hesitantly. "Is there proof of these accusations?" Eliza lifted a bundle of documents for all to see. "We have records of their meetings, their plans to exploit our fears of witchcraft and damnation for their own gain." Mr. Putnam's composure cracked. "Eliza, you betray your own kin." "I stand for what is just," she replied. "Family does not excuse wrongdoing." The tension escalated as villagers began to side with Mercy and her allies. The selectmen exchanged uneasy glances, their authority visibly waning. Isaac attempted to regain control. "These are lies fabricated to sow discord. We have dedicated our lives to the service of this community." Abigail stepped forward, her voice gaining strength. "Service would not require the imprisonment of an innocent girl." A young man in the crowd shouted, "Let her speak!" Others echoed the sentiment, demanding answers. The unified front the selectmen once held was disintegrating under the weight of public scrutiny. Reverend Paris's facade of piety slipped into desperation. "You are being led astray. Do not let these agitators cloud your judgment." Mercy seized the moment. "We are not the ones clouding judgment. You are. By perpetuating fear, you keep the townsfolk under your control. No more." The crowd's murmurs grew louder, a chorus of dissent challenging the long-held dominance of the society. Faces reflected a mixture of shock, anger, and awakening. Eliza turned to the villagers. "We must not allow ourselves to be governed by fear and deceit. Together we can reclaim the integrity of our community." Mr. Putnam reached out as if to silence his daughter, but his hand fell uselessly to his side. The weight of collective realization hung heavy in the air. Isaac's voice faltered as he addressed the crowd. "Think carefully about your next actions. There are consequences for defiance." A man stepped forward from the throng, his expression resolute. "And there are consequences for betrayal." A ripple of agreement passed through the villagers. The balance of power had shifted irrevocably. Seeing their grip slipping, the selectmen began to retreat. "This is not over," Reverend Paris hissed. casting a final glare at Mercy and her allies before turning away. As the society members dispersed into the shadows, the torchlight waned, leaving the clearing bathed in the soft glow of the moon. The villagers remained, a silent assembly processing the night's revelations. Abigail moved toward Mercy, tears welling in her eyes. "Thank you. I thought I'd never be free." Mercy embraced her gently. "You're safe now. We'll make sure justice is served." Eliza joined them, her gaze sombre yet hopeful. "We've taken the first step, but there's much to be done." Nate nodded. "Agreed. The community needs time to heal and to understand the depth of what has happened." A villager approached cautiously. "What should we do now?" Mercy looked around at the faces turned toward her, a mix of uncertainty and trust. "We must come together, support one another, and ensure that the truth continues to be spoken." The crowd began to disperse slowly, conversations filled with both apprehension and a newfound sense of empowerment. Families drew close, whispering amongst themselves as they made their way back to the village. As the last of the villagers departed, Mercy stood at the edge of the lake with her closest companions. The water lay still, reflecting the stars. A moment of calm after the storm. Eliza broke the silence. "Do you think they'll retaliate?" Mercy considered the question. "It's possible. Men who have held power for so long won't relinquish it easily." Nate's expression hardened. "We'll be ready. We've shown that they're not invincible." Abigail gazed at the moonlit horizon. "I just want things to be normal again." Mercy placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We all do, and we'll work toward building a better normal." The group turned to make their way back to Salem, the path ahead uncertain but illuminated by the courage they had shown. Reaching the outskirts of the village, they paused. "We should rest," Mercy suggested. "Tomorrow will bring new challenges." They parted ways with quiet farewells, each heading toward their homes with heavy yet hopeful hearts. Entering her cottage, Mercy found Sarah waiting, a candle casting a warm glow on her concerned face. "You're safe," her mother said, relief evident in her tone. "Yes," Mercy replied softly. "We confronted them. The villagers are beginning to see the truth." Sarah embraced her. "You've done a brave thing." "I couldn't have done it without the support of others," Mercy admitted, "but I worry about what comes next." Her mother pulled back to look into her eyes. "Whatever happens, we'll face it together." As Mercy prepared for bed, she reflected on the night's events. The showdown at Midnight Lake had been a decisive moment, a fracture in the facade of control the society had long maintained. "There's no turning back now," she thought, gazing out the window at the tranquil night. "We've ignited a spark of change." Sleep came fitfully, her dreams a swirl of faces and voices, some grateful, others resentful. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, but also with the possibility of a more just and open community. When dawn approached, Mercy felt a renewed sense of purpose. The challenges were far from over, but they were no longer shrouded in darkness. "Together we'll find our way," she whispered, the first light of morning casting a hopeful glow. Letter from Patience Warren to Mercy Hale, unsent. March 28th, 1692. Dear Mercy, though these words may never reach you, I feel compelled to put my thoughts to paper. Your courage in the face of adversity fills me with a hope I had long thought extinguished. You stand at the precipice of change, a beacon for those lost in the shadows of fear and ignorance. The path you have chosen is fraught with danger, yet you walk it not for yourself, but for the betterment of all. I see in you the spirit of the wise women who came before us. those who understood that true power lies not in dominion over others, but in the strength of one's convictions. Should you ever need a confidant or a sanctuary away from prying eyes, know that my door and my heart remain open to you. With deep admiration, Patience Warren. Chapter 12. Aftermath. Whispers wove through the narrow streets of Salem like an invisible thread, binding the villagers in a tapestry of doubt and speculation. Mercy navigated the familiar pathways, acutely aware of the furtive glances cast her way. Conversations hushed as she approached, only to resume in subdued tones once she had passed. The confrontation at Midnight Lake had sent ripples through the community, unsettling the once unquestioned authority of the selectmen. Yet the air was thick with uncertainty, and Mercy sensed that change would be neither swift nor simple. She paused outside the blacksmith's forge, where Thomas Miller hammered rhythmically at a glowing piece of iron. Catching sight of her, he offered a curt nod before focusing intently on his work. The gesture was neither warm nor hostile, a cautious acknowledgement that epitomized the village's ambivalence toward her. "Morning, Thomas," Mercy ventured. "Morning," he replied without meeting her gaze. "How fares your work?" she asked, striving for normalcy. He hesitated before answering. "As well as can be expected." An awkward silence settled between them. Sensing that further conversation would be unwelcome, Mercy offered a polite farewell and continued on her way. The encounter left a bitter taste, a reminder that while some villagers appreciated her efforts, others viewed her with suspicion, unsure whether she had disrupted the natural order or exposed a necessary truth. Approaching the market square, she observed clusters of townsfolk engaged in animated discussions. Snippets of dialogue reached her ears. "Never imagined the selectmen could... But what if they're right? We can't risk... Perhaps we've been too trusting." Mercy caught sight of Rebecca Shaw, who waved her over with a guarded smile. "Mercy, have you a moment?" "Of course," she replied, joining the small circle that included Samuel Abbott and Widow Allen. "We were just discussing the meeting last night," Rebecca said. "There's a great deal of confusion." Samuel nodded. "Some believe the selectmen's influence is waning. Others fear that opposing them will bring calamity." Widow Allen's eyes were shadowed with concern. "Change is unsettling, especially when it challenges long-held beliefs." Mercy chose her words carefully. "I understand the fear, but we cannot allow uncertainty to paralyze us. The truth must prevail if we're to build a just community." Rebecca glanced around before lowering her voice. "Be cautious, Mercy. Not everyone is receptive. There are those who think you've overstepped." "I'm aware," Mercy acknowledged, "but I can't regret taking action." Samuel placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You've done what many were too afraid to do. Give them time." "Thank you," she said softly. "I only hope time is enough." As they parted ways, Mercy felt the weight of their words settle upon her. The village was at a crossroads, teetering between the familiarity of old fears and the uncharted territory of self-determination. The path forward was obscured by doubt, and she couldn't shake the feeling that her family's position remained precarious. Upon reaching home, Mercy found Sarah tending to their modest garden, her hands deftly weaving between the herbs and vegetables that sustained them both, physically and spiritually. "You're back earlier than I expected," Sarah remarked, not looking up from her work. "Yes, the market was tense," Mercy replied, leaning against the garden fence. Her mother cast a discerning glance her way. "Tense how?" "People are talking, questioning, but there's also hesitation. I can feel the suspicion directed toward us." Sarah straightened, wiping her hands on her apron. Change seldom comes without resistance. Fear is a powerful force. I worry that we've painted a target on our backs, Mercy confessed, that our actions have isolated us further. Sarah approached, her eyes softening. Perhaps, but you've also ignited a spark of courage in others. Don't underestimate that. Mercy sighed, gazing out at the patchwork of rooftops beyond their garden. I just didn't anticipate feeling so alone. You're not alone, Sarah assured her. You have allies, even if they're not always visible. Still, the uncertainty is daunting, Mercy admitted, and I can't help but think about the repercussions, not just for us, but for everyone involved. Sarah studied her daughter thoughtfully. Come inside. There's something I want to show you. Curiosity piqued. Mercy followed her into the cottage. Sarah retrieved a small worn journal from a drawer and handed it to her. "What's this?" Mercy asked, running her fingers over the faded cover. "Your father's journal," Sarah revealed. "He kept it during the difficult times before you were born." Mercy opened the journal delicately, scanning the neat handwriting that chronicled her father's thoughts and experiences. Entries detailed the struggles of standing up against unfair trade practices, the challenges of advocating for equitable resource distribution, and the toll it took on him and his family. "He faced opposition as well," Sarah said quietly, "but he believed that integrity was worth the price of discomfort." Emotions swelled within Mercy, pride, sadness, a profound connection to a man she wished she had known better. "I had no idea he dealt with such hardships." "He didn't speak of them often," Sarah admitted, "but he wanted you to understand that doing what's right isn't always easy or safe." Mercy closed the journal gently. "Thank you for sharing this with me. It helps to know that I'm not the first to face these challenges." Sarah smiled softly. "Courage runs in your blood." A knock at the door interrupted the moment. Exchanging a cautious glance, Sarah moved to answer it. Standing on the threshold was Reverend Jacobs, his expression grave yet compassionate. "Good afternoon," he greeted. "May I come in?" "Of course," Sarah replied, stepping aside. Mercy felt a flicker of apprehension. "Is everything all right, Reverend?" He settled into a chair at the table, folding his hands. "I've been visiting families throughout the village. There's a great deal of unrest after last night's events." "I've noticed," Mercy said carefully. "The selectmen are attempting to regain control," he continued. "They've called for a council meeting to address what they term acts of insubordination." "Meaning us," Mercy surmised. "Yes," he confirmed. "I wanted to warn you. They're citing legal statutes about disrupting public order and defaming officials." Sarah's eyes flashed with concern. "Can they bring charges against her?" "They can try," Reverend Jacobs admitted. "But public opinion is shifting. Many are beginning to question their motives." "Still, the laws are on their side," Mercy observed. "Challenging them could have serious consequences." "Which is why we must proceed with caution," he advised. "I believe in what you're doing, but we need to ensure we're protected." "How do we do that?" Sarah asked. "By gathering more support," he replied. "If enough voices speak out, it becomes harder for them to single out individuals." Mercy considered his words. "I understand. Thank you for your warning." He rose to leave. "Take care, both of you, and remember, you're not alone in this." After he departed, a heavy silence settled over the room. "They won't relent easily," Sarah murmured. "No," Mercy agreed, "and the legal framework favours them. The laws are designed to maintain the existing hierarchy." "Then we must be smart," her mother advised. "Use their own rules to our advantage if possible." "Perhaps," Mercy mused. But it's a delicate balance. Pushing too hard could backfire. True, Sarah conceded, but doing nothing isn't an option. Later that evening, Mercy joined Nate and Eliza at the edge of the village, where the rolling fields met the dense woods. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of amber and crimson, a stark contrast to the sombre mood that hung between them. "Reverend Jacobs visited me," Mercy began. "He warned that the selectmen are planning legal action against us." Nate scowled. "They're grasping at straws, trying to intimidate us back into submission." "People are talking," Eliza added. "Some support us, but others are fearful. My father hasn't spoken to me since last night." "I'm sorry," Mercy said gently. Eliza shook her head. "I knew there would be consequences. I don't regret standing up." "We need to strategize," Nate suggested. "Find ways to strengthen our position." "Agreed," Mercy replied. "But we must tread carefully. The laws are not on our side." They settled onto a fallen log, the weight of responsibility pressing heavily upon them. "Do you ever wonder if we're fighting a losing battle?" Eliza asked quietly. Mercy gazed into the distance where the first stars began to emerge. "I believe that change is possible, but it won't happen overnight. Superstitions and deeply ingrained beliefs don't dissolve quickly." Nate leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. "But if we don't persist, nothing will change at all." "Exactly," Mercy affirmed. "We have to accept that progress may be slow and that setbacks are inevitable." Eliza sighed softly. "I suppose patience is as important as courage." "Perhaps more so," Mercy agreed. "We need to be prepared for a prolonged effort." They parted ways as darkness fully enveloped the landscape, each returning to their respective homes with much to ponder. That night, sleep eluded Mercy. She lay awake, the ceiling above a canvas for her restless thoughts. The faces of the villagers floated in her mind, some hopeful, others distrustful. The reality of her family's precarious position pressed upon her. They were caught between respect for challenging injustice and wariness for disrupting the social order. She rose quietly, moving to the small desk by the window. Lighting a candle, she opened her father's journal once more. One passage stood out. "The path of righteousness is seldom easy. It is fraught with obstacles and often walked in solitude. Yet it is a path worth taking, for it leads to a place where integrity remains intact." Mercy contemplated the words. Drawing strength from them, she began to write in her own journal. "Today I felt the weight of our actions more acutely than ever. The villagers' glances, the cautious conversations, they remind me that fear still holds sway. I fear for my mother, for our safety, yet I cannot abandon this course. The laws may not favour us, but justice is not confined to statutes. I must find a way to navigate this rigid society without sacrificing our principles." The flickering candle cast dancing shadows, mirroring the uncertainty that swirled within her. She extinguished the flame and returned to bed, finally succumbing to a fitful sleep. Morning brought with it a renewed sense of purpose. Mercy decided to visit Patience Warren, hoping the healer might offer guidance. The path to Patience's cottage was winding, bordered by wildflowers and the distant sound of a babbling brook, a soothing contrast to the turmoil within the village. Patience greeted her with a serene smile. "I wondered when you'd come." "You seem to always anticipate my visits," Mercy remarked. "Not anticipation, merely observation," Patience replied, ushering her inside. "Sit and tell me what's on your mind." Mercy recounted the recent events, the villagers' mixed reactions, the selectmen's impending legal actions, her own doubts. Patience listened attentively, her expression thoughtful. Change is like the turning of seasons. It cannot be rushed, nor can it be halted. But what if the winter lingers and the spring never comes? Mercy questioned. Even the harshest winter eventually yields, Patience assured her. Your actions have planted seeds. They need time to take root. I worry that the laws and superstitions are too deeply entrenched, Mercy admitted, that challenging them is futile. Futility is a matter of perspective, Patience countered. Every effort contributes to the greater whole, even if the results are not immediately visible. Mercy considered her words. So we continue despite the odds? Indeed, Patience affirmed. But remember to care for yourself as well. Burnout serves no one. Thank you, Mercy said sincerely. Your counsel is always invaluable. Leaving the cottage, Mercy felt a measure of clarity. The path ahead remained fraught with obstacles, but she understood that perseverance was essential. Returning to the village, she noticed a gathering outside the meeting hall. The selectmen stood on the steps, addressing the crowd with measured tones. Isaac Porter spoke emphatically. We assure you that our intentions have always been to protect Salem. Disruptions to our unity threaten the very fabric of our society. Reverend Parris added, We must adhere to the laws and traditions that have guided us thus far. Mercy lingered at the edge of the crowd, observing the villagers' reactions. Some nodded in agreement, while others exchanged sceptical glances. A voice called out from the assembly, What of the accusations against you? Will they be addressed? Isaac's jaw tightened. Baseless rumours serve only to divide us. We urge you to focus on the common good. Mercy felt a surge of frustration. Their deflection was artful, appealing to the villagers' desire for stability. As the crowd began to disperse, Mercy caught sight of Abigail, who approached her cautiously. Have you seen this? Abigail asked, indicating a pamphlet clutched in her hand. What is it? Mercy inquired. A declaration from the selectmen condemning acts of insubordination and warning of legal repercussions, Abigail explained. Mercy scanned the document, her concerns confirmed. They're solidifying their stance, trying to intimidate us into submission. Abigail's eyes reflected her anxiety. What should we do? We continue our efforts, Mercy resolved, but we must be strategic. They parted with a shared understanding of the challenges ahead. That evening, Mercy and Sarah sat by the hearth, the warmth of the fire a small comfort against the encroaching chill of uncertainty. Do you regret any of it? Sarah asked softly. Mercy considered the question. No, though I admit I didn't anticipate how isolating it would feel. Isolation can be a heavy burden, her mother acknowledged, but it can also be a space for reflection and growth. I've been reflecting a great deal, Mercy admitted, about the limitations of our society, the rigidity of its laws. Change often requires challenging those limitations, Sarah pointed out, but it also requires patience and resilience. Patience seems to be the lesson of the day, Mercy remarked wryly. Sarah smiled gently. It's a virtue for a reason. They lapsed into comfortable silence, the crackling fire filling the space between them. Mother, Mercy began hesitantly, do you think some beliefs will never change? Sarah pondered the question. Some may not, at least not in our lifetime. Superstitions and deeply held fears are not easily dispelled. Then how do we make peace with that? Mercy asked. By accepting that our role is to sow seeds, her mother replied. We may not see the harvest, but that doesn't diminish the importance of our efforts. Mercy nodded slowly. I can live with that. As the night wore on, Mercy felt a subtle shift within herself. a reconciliation between the urgency of her convictions and the reality of gradual change. The dangers of challenging authority in a rigid society were undeniable, but so too was the necessity. She retired to her room, the weight on her shoulders feeling slightly lighter. Gazing out the window at the star-strewn sky, she allowed herself a moment of quiet contemplation. "Change comes slowly," she whispered, "but it comes." With that acceptance, Mercy drifted into a peaceful sleep, ready to face whatever the dawn might bring. Chapter 13. Reflection and Growth. The worn pages of her father's journal lay open on the table, each word a bridge connecting Mercy to a man she barely remembered, but whose legacy pulsed through her veins. She traced the inked lines with her fingertips, absorbing his thoughts, his struggles, and his unwavering commitment to justice. The revelations of the past days weighed heavily upon her, but in this quiet moment, she found a semblance of clarity. A soft knock at the door pulled her from her reverie. Before she could respond, Nate stepped inside, his expression a mix of hesitation and resolve. "I hope I'm not intruding," he said gently. "Not at all," Mercy replied, offering a faint smile. "I was just reflecting." He glanced at the journal. "Your father's?" She nodded. "It's like hearing his voice again. It brings both comfort and questions." Nate took a seat across from her, the wooden chair creaking softly under his weight. "We've all been grappling with questions lately." "True," she agreed, "but some answers seem more elusive than others." He leaned forward, his gaze earnest. "I've been thinking about everything that's happened, the risks we've taken, the lines we've crossed. I wanted to thank you for your courage. You've inspired more people than you realize." Mercy looked down, a flush of humility warming her cheeks. "I couldn't have done any of it alone. Your support has meant more to me than I can express." A moment of comfortable silence settled between them, the unspoken connection palpable. Nate broke it first. "You know, when we started this journey, I thought I understood the challenges we'd face, but it's been more complex than I anticipated." "Complex is an understatement," she remarked wryly. "We've shaken the foundations of our community, but at what cost?" He sighed softly. "That's something I've been pondering as well. The social divides, the strained relationships, they've become more apparent." "Especially with Eliza," Mercy mused. "Her position is so different from ours, yet we've shared this struggle." Nate nodded. "Have you spoken with her recently?" "Not since the confrontation," she admitted. "Perhaps it's time I did." He offered a reassuring smile. "I'm sure she'd welcome it." Mercy hesitated before voicing the thought that had been lingering in her mind. "Do you ever wonder if we've overstepped? If maybe we should have approached things differently?" Nate met her gaze steadily. "I believe we did what was necessary. Change rarely comes without discomfort. But perhaps we can learn from this and find ways to bridge the gaps we've inadvertently widened." She considered his words. "You're right. Growth isn't just about challenging others. It's also about recognizing our own missteps." He reached across the table, his hand resting lightly atop hers. "Whatever happens next, know that I'm with you." Warmth blossomed within her, a blend of gratitude and something deeper. "Thank you, Nate. Your friendship has been a steadfast light in uncertain times." Their eyes held for a lingering moment before he withdrew his hand, a subtle shift in his posture signalling the weight of unspoken emotions. "I should let you get back to your reflections," he said, standing. "Take care," she replied, walking him to the door. As he departed, Mercy felt a renewed sense of purpose tinged with the complexity of their evolving relationship. The challenges they faced had forged a bond that transcended simple friendship, yet the path ahead remained uncertain. Determined to address unfinished matters, she decided to seek out Eliza. The afternoon sun cast long shadows as she made her way to the Putnam residence. The grandeur of the estate stood in stark contrast to her modest home, a physical manifestation of the social divide that separated them. Taking a steadying breath, she knocked on the heavy wooden door. A servant answered, eyes widening slightly at the sight of her. "Good day," Mercy began politely. "May I speak with Eliza?" The servant hesitated. "Miss Putnam is in the garden. I can fetch her if you like." "That won't be necessary. If it's permissible, I'll join her there." After a brief pause, the servant stepped aside. "Very well. Please, follow me." Mercy was led through opulent halls adorned with portraits and fine furnishings, a silent testament to the Putnam family's wealth and status. The servant guided her to the expansive garden, where Eliza sat beneath a willow tree, a book resting unread in her lap. "Miss Mercy Hale to see you," the servant announced before retreating. Eliza looked up, surprise flickering across her features. "Mercy." "Hello, Eliza," she said softly, approaching. "Please sit," Eliza offered, gesturing to the bench beside her. They settled into an uneasy silence, the fragrant blossoms around them a stark contrast to the tension that lingered. "I've been meaning to speak with you," Mercy began. "I wanted to thank you for your bravery and to see how you're faring." Eliza sighed, her gaze distant. "It's been complicated. My family is in turmoil. Father barely speaks to me, and when he does, it's strained." "I'm sorry," Mercy said sincerely. "I never intended to cause a rift between you and your family." "I know," Eliza replied, meeting her eyes. "But perhaps it was inevitable. The divides in our society run deep, and our actions have only highlighted them." Mercy nodded thoughtfully. "I've come to realize that while we share common goals, our positions within the community are different. That brings its own challenges." "Indeed," Eliza agreed. "For you, challenging authority threatens your already precarious standing. For me, it means defying the very structure that has afforded my family its privilege." "Do you regret it?" Mercy asked gently. Eliza considered the question. "I don't regret seeking the truth or standing up for what's right, but I do wish it hadn't come at such a personal cost." "I understand," Mercy said softly. "Balancing truth with survival is a delicate act." Eliza offered a faint smile. "Perhaps that's something we can navigate together. Despite our differences, I value our friendship." "As do I," Mercy affirmed. "Maybe by acknowledging the divides, we can find ways to bridge them." They shared a moment of mutual understanding, the tension easing slightly. "Tell me," Eliza began, changing the subject, "how is Abigail?" "She's adjusting," Mercy replied. "It's been difficult, but she's strong." "Good," Eliza said. "She deserves peace after everything she's endured." Mercy hesitated before speaking again. "If there's ever anything I can do to help you with your family," Eliza shook her head gently, "this is something I must face on my own. But knowing I have your support means a great deal." They parted with a renewed, if cautious, sense of camaraderie. As Mercy left the Putnam estate, she pondered the complexities of their relationship, a friendship tested by social hierarchies, yet strengthened by shared convictions. Upon returning home, she found Sarah embroidering by the hearth, the rhythmic motion of needle and thread, a familiar comfort. "You're back later than I expected," her mother remarked, without looking up. "I visited Eliza," Mercy explained, taking a seat nearby. Sarah glanced at her, curiosity evident. "And how did that go?" "Better than I anticipated," she admitted. "We acknowledged the challenges between us. the differences in our social standings, the strains on our families. That's a significant step, Sarah observed. Honesty can be a powerful tool for healing. Mercy watched the fire's embers glow, shadows dancing across the room. Mother, do you ever feel conflicted about our place in this community? About the risks we've taken? Sarah set her embroidery aside, her gaze thoughtful. I think about it often. Balancing truth with survival is no simple task. I fear that in pursuing justice I've jeopardized our safety, Mercy confessed. Perhaps, Sarah acknowledged, but living in fear is its own kind of imprisonment. How do we navigate this? Mercy asked, her voice tinged with frustration. How do we stand for what's right without endangering ourselves? Her mother reached out, taking her hand. We must be wise as serpents and harmless as doves. Choose our battles carefully, but never lose sight of our principles. Is that enough? Mercy wondered aloud. It's a start, Sarah replied gently. Growth often comes from reflection and adaptation. We've learned much through these trials. Mercy sighed softly. I suppose I expected change to be more immediate, more transformative. Change is rarely instantaneous, her mother reminded her. It's a gradual process, like the turning of seasons. A comfortable silence enveloped them, the warmth of their connection soothing the edges of Mercy's anxiety. I've been reading Father's journal, she mentioned after a while. Ah, Sarah smiled wistfully. He was a thoughtful man. His words have given me perspective, Mercy continued. He faced similar struggles, yet he persisted. Then perhaps you can draw strength from his experiences, Sarah suggested. I believe I can, Mercy agreed. It's made me realise that our family's journey has always involved navigating complex dynamics. Sarah squeezed her hand gently. And you've inherited his resilience. Mercy felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, Mother. That evening, after Sarah retired for the night, Mercy remained by the hearth, lost in contemplation. The flames had dwindled to a soft glow, mirroring the quiet resolve settling within her. She retrieved her own journal and began to write. Today brought clarity. In acknowledging the strains caused by social hierarchies, I found a deeper understanding of the challenges we face. Eliza and I may come from different worlds, but our shared desire for justice bridges that gap. Nate's steadfast support strengthens my resolve, and Mother's wisdom guides me through uncertainty. I've learned that seeking truth is a form of devotion, a commitment to growth, not just for oneself, but for the betterment of the community. Balancing that truth with survival requires patience, adaptability, and sometimes sacrifice. I accept that the path forward may be fraught with obstacles, but I am not deterred. I will continue to fight for justice, not out of defiance, but out of love for this community and the hope that we can become better together. Closing the journal, Mercy felt a profound sense of peace. The challenges remained, but her purpose was clearer than ever. The following morning, she awoke with renewed energy. Determined to contribute positively, she decided to visit Widow Allen, who had been unwell. Gathering a basket of herbs and remedies, she set out, the crisp air invigorating her spirit. Widow Allen greeted her with a weary smile. "Mercy, dear, what a pleasant surprise." "I thought you might appreciate some fresh remedies," Mercy said, stepping inside. "You're too kind," the widow replied. "These old bones aren't what they used to be." As Mercy prepared a soothing tea, they chatted about simple things, the changing seasons, the latest news from neighbouring towns. It was a welcome reprieve from heavier concerns. "You know," Widow Allen began thoughtfully, "the village has been abuzz with talk of you and your friends." Mercy tensed slightly. I can imagine. Some are wary, the widow continued, but many admire your courage. I'm not seeking admiration, Mercy said quietly. I only want to do what's right. And that's precisely why they respect you, the widow affirmed. Change is unsettling but necessary. Mercy smiled softly. Thank you for saying so. As she departed, she felt lighter, the positive encounter reinforcing her determination. Later, while tending to the garden at home, Nate appeared at the gate. Do you have a moment? He called. Always, Mercy replied, setting aside her tools. He joined her among the rows of herbs and vegetables. I wanted to share some news. Oh? Reverend Jacobs is organising a community forum, Nate explained, a place for open dialogue free from the constraints of the selectman's influence. That's promising, Mercy remarked, excitement sparking. He asked if we'd be willing to speak, Nate added. Absolutely, she agreed without hesitation. It's an opportunity to continue fostering understanding. There's more, Nate said, his tone shifting. Some of the selectmen have stepped down. Mercy's eyes widened. Truly? He nodded. The pressure has been mounting, their hold is weakening. That's incredible, she breathed. Perhaps change is happening after all. Nate smiled warmly. Your efforts are making a difference. Not mine alone, she corrected. Ours. They shared a moment of shared accomplishment, the garden around them a symbol of growth and potential. I should get back, Nate said eventually. There's much to prepare. Of course, Mercy replied. Thank you for bringing me the news. As he turned to leave, he hesitated. Mercy, about us? She met his gaze, a mix of anticipation and caution. Yes? He took a deep breath. I value our friendship deeply, and I... A voice called from the front of the house, interrupting the moment. Mercy, are you there? It was Abigail, her tone urgent. Coming, Mercy called back. She glanced apologetically at Nate. We'll talk later? He nodded, a hint of a smile. Later. As he departed, Mercy hurried to meet Abigail, thoughts of the interrupted conversation swirling in her mind. What's wrong? She asked upon reaching her friend. Reverend Parris has requested a meeting with you, Abigail informed her, concern evident. Me? Mercy was taken aback. Did he say why? No, but he seemed different, less confrontational. Mercy considered this. Perhaps another sign of shifting tides. Will you meet with him? Abigail asked. I think I must, Mercy decided. Avoiding it would solve nothing. Do you want me to accompany you? Abigail offered. I appreciate it, but I should face him alone, Mercy replied. I'll let you know how it goes. As she prepared for the meeting, Mercy felt a mixture of apprehension and resolve. Facing Reverend Parris could be a turning point, one way or another. Arriving at the church, she found the Reverend waiting in his study, the room dimly lit by candles, despite the daylight outside. Thank you for coming, he said, his demeanour unusually subdued. You wished to see me, Mercy replied evenly. He gestured for her to sit. I wanted to discuss recent events. It seems the village is at a crossroads. It would appear so, she agreed cautiously. He sighed heavily. I admit I may have been rigid in my approach. The fears of witchcraft and divine retribution have clouded judgment. Mercy studied him, searching for insincerity but finding only weariness. Acknowledging that is a significant step. I've come to realize that maintaining control through fear is not true leadership, he confessed. Perhaps it's time for a new direction. She softened slightly. The community needs guidance rooted in compassion and honesty. He nodded. I would like to work toward that, if possible, with your help. Surprised, Mercy took a moment to respond. I'm willing to assist in any way that fosters healing and progress. Thank you, he said sincerely. Together, we may yet restore unity. Leaving the church, Mercy felt a cautious optimism. The path ahead remained uncertain, but the barriers were beginning to crumble. Returning home, she found Sarah awaiting her return, a knowing look in her eyes. How did it go? Her mother asked. Better than expected, Mercy replied. Perhaps change is not as distant as I feared. Sarah smiled. You've done well. As the day drew to a close, Mercy stood at the threshold of her home, gazing out at the village she loved despite its flaws. The journey had been arduous, filled with trials and revelations, but through it all, her resolve had only strengthened. She whispered a silent vow to continue fighting for justice, for truth, and for the possibility of a community united not by fear, but by shared values and mutual respect. With a renewed spirit, she stepped back inside, ready to embrace whatever tomorrow might bring. Entry from Mercy Hale's journal, April 15th, 1692. Tonight the weight of our journey presses upon me. The faces of those we have challenged haunt my thoughts, not as villains but as men and women bound by the same fears that once held me captive. Mother speaks of balance, of the delicate dance between truth and survival. I begin to understand her wisdom. Eliza's bravery, Nate's steadfastness, and Abigail's resilience have shown me that change is not the endeavour of one, but the collective will of many. Our community teeters on the edge of transformation, and though the outcome remains uncertain, I find solace in our unity. I am but one voice, yet I am not alone. Together we have kindled a spark that, with care, may grow into a flame of enlightenment. I resolve to nurture it, to stand firm in my commitment to justice and compassion. Whatever tomorrow brings, I shall meet it with an open heart and unwavering resolve. In hope, Mercy. Chapter 14. A New Day in Salem. A hush had fallen over the village, but it was not the silence of fear that once gripped Salem. It was a contemplative quietude, as if the very air held its breath in anticipation of what might come next. Mercy stood at the threshold of her home, observing the subtle transformations unfolding around her. Children played with a new-found freedom in the streets, their laughter ringing clear without the shadows of old superstitions looming overhead. Merchants haggled good-naturedly in the market, and neighbours exchanged greetings that felt warmer, less guarded. "Mercy, could you spare a moment?" called Mrs. Thompson from across the way, her apron dusted with flour. "Of course," Mercy replied, crossing the cobblestone path to meet her. Mrs. Thompson wiped her hands and offered a tentative smile. "I've been meaning to ask about that herbal remedy you mentioned. The one for restful sleep." "Valerian root and chamomile," Mercy said, her eyes lighting up. "I'd be happy to prepare some for you." "You're a blessing," Mrs. Thompson sighed. "These past weeks have been unsettling. A good night's rest would be most welcome." Mercy nodded, sensing the layers beneath her words. "Change can be difficult, but sometimes it's the first step toward healing." Mrs. Thompson glanced around before leaning in slightly. "I must admit, I've started to question things I once took for granted. Traditions, authority, the lines aren't as clear as they used to be." "Clarity often emerges from the willingness to question," Mercy observed gently. "You're wise beyond your years," Mrs. Thompson remarked, a note of admiration in her voice. "I'll stop by later for the remedy." As she departed, Mercy felt a flicker of hope. Conversations like these were becoming more frequent, subtle indicators that the tight grip of the society was loosening. The villagers were beginning to think for themselves, to challenge the narratives that had long dictated their lives. Continuing toward the market, Mercy spotted Eliza near the fountain, distributing loaves of bread to a group of children. Their eyes lit up as she handed each a piece, her own smile radiant. "Eliza!" Mercy called out. Eliza turned, her face brightening. "Mercy! Just the person I wanted to see." They embraced briefly, the ease between them a testament to the hurdles they had overcome. "I heard about your meeting with Reverend Parris," Eliza said, her tone inquisitive. "How did it go?" "Surprisingly well," Mercy replied. "He seemed genuine in his desire to foster unity. I believe he's re-evaluating his stance on certain matters." "That's encouraging," Eliza mused. "My father has been more reflective lately too. We've actually had civil conversations." Mercy raised an eyebrow playfully. "Civil? That's progress indeed." Eliza laughed softly. "Small steps, but meaningful ones." They walked together through the market, the vibrant energy a stark contrast to the tension that once pervaded the space. Vendors called out cheerfully, and the aroma of fresh bread mingled with the scent of ripe fruit. "Have you spoken with Nate?" Eliza inquired casually. Mercy felt a warmth rise in her cheeks. "Not since yesterday. He's been busy helping Reverend Jacobs organise the community forum." Eliza gave her a knowing look. "You two make quite the team." "He's a good friend," Mercy replied, though she couldn't deny the flutter in her heart at the mention of his name. "A good friend indeed," Eliza echoed, a hint of mischief in her eyes. "Perhaps more?" Mercy smiled, but changed the subject. "I should gather some supplies. Mrs. Thompson is in need of a remedy." They parted ways with plans to meet later, each attending to their respective duties. Mercy made her way to the apothecary stall, where Patience Warren was meticulously arranging jars of dried herbs. "Good day, Mercy," Patience greeted without looking up. "Patience," Mercy acknowledged. "Restocking?" "Always," she replied, her eyes meeting Mercy's with a twinkle. "The demand for natural remedies has increased. It seems people are seeking alternatives to old cures." "Or perhaps they're seeking alternatives to old ways entirely," Mercy suggested. Patience nodded thoughtfully. "Change is afoot, subtle yet significant." "I wanted to thank you," Mercy said earnestly. "Your guidance has been invaluable." "You found your own path," Patience replied. "I merely illuminated a few steps." As they discussed various herbs and their uses, Mercy felt a deep sense of connection, not just to Patience, but to the role she was embracing within the community. Healing had always been her calling, but now it carried a deeper purpose. Leaving the market, she decided to visit Abigail. The young woman had been gradually reintegrating into village life, her resilience a source of inspiration. Mercy found her tending to a small garden behind her family's home. "Abigail," Mercy called softly. Abigail looked up, her face breaking into a smile. "Mercy, come! See how the flowers are coming along." Mercy admired the array of tin blooms. "They're beautiful. You've a gift for nurturing." Abigail brushed a strand of hair from her face. "Gardening brings me peace. It's something I can control when so much else feels uncertain." "I understand," Mercy said. "How have you been feeling?" "Better," Abigail admitted. "The nightmares are less frequent, and I've started helping at the schoolhouse again." "That's wonderful news," Mercy replied sincerely. Abigail's gaze grew contemplative. "Do you think the village will ever fully heal?" Mercy considered the question. "Healing is a journey, not a destination, but with each step forward we come closer to where we need to be." Abigail nodded slowly. "Your faith gives me hope." They spoke for a while longer, sharing thoughts and aspirations. As Mercy left, she felt a profound gratitude for the connections she had forged and strengthened. The afternoon sun cast long shadows as she made her way home. Entering the cottage, she found Sarah engaged in lively conversation with Reverend Jacobs. "Mercy," her mother called cheerfully. "Reverend Jacobs was just telling me about the plans for the community forum." "Yes," the Reverend said, standing to greet her. "We hope to hold it next week in the town hall." "That's excellent," Mercy replied. "I believe many will attend." "I wanted to ask if you would be willing to speak," he continued. "Your voice carries weight, especially among those who might be hesitant to participate." Mercy exchanged a glance with Sarah, who gave an encouraging nod. "I'd be honoured," she agreed. "What would you have me address?" "Share your experiences," Reverend Jacobs suggested. "Speak of truth, justice, and the importance of compassion in our community." "I can do that," Mercy affirmed. After he departed, Sarah turned to her daughter with pride. "You're becoming a true leader." "Only because others have shown me the way," Mercy replied modestly. "Don't underestimate your own influence," her mother advised. That evening, Mercy prepared the herbal remedy for Mrs. Thompson. As she worked, Nate arrived, his expression animated. "I have news," he announced. "Good news, I hope," Mercy said, motioning for him to sit. "Indeed," he confirmed. "The selectmen have agreed to attend the forum. They're open to discussing reforms?" Mercy felt a surge of optimism. "That's a significant development." "Your meeting with Reverend Parris must have made an impact," Nate observed. "Perhaps," she mused. "Or perhaps they recognise that clinging to the past serves no one." They settled into easy conversation, the warmth between them palpable. As the hours passed, the weight of previous burdens seemed to lighten. "Nate," Mercy began hesitantly, "about what you were going to say yesterday." He met her gaze, his eyes earnest. "I wanted to tell you that—" A knock at the door interrupted them. It was Eliza, breathless and smiling. "I have wonderful news," she exclaimed. "Father has decided to step down from his position and support the community's efforts toward unity." Mercy and Nate exchanged astonished looks. "Eliza, that's incredible," Mercy said. "He said he's tired of the divisions," Eliza explained. "He wants to make amends." "Change truly is happening," Nate remarked. They spent the evening sharing stories and hopes for the future, the atmosphere one of joyous anticipation. As night fell, Eliza took her leave. Nate lingered a moment longer. "Mercy, before I go, there's something I need to say," he began earnestly. She felt her heartbeat quicken. "Yes?" He took a deep breath. "Your strength and compassion have been a guiding light for me. I admire you deeply, and I care for you more than as a friend." Warmth flooded her cheeks. "Nate, He held up a hand gently. "No need to say anything now. I just wanted you to know." She smiled softly. "Your friendship has been a great comfort. Perhaps we can explore what more there might be." He returned her smile, relief evident. "I'd like that." After he departed, Mercy stepped outside, the cool night air refreshing. She decided to return to Midnight Lake, feeling drawn to its tranquil shores. The path was illuminated by the glow of fireflies, their delicate lights guiding her steps. Reaching the lake, she found the water shimmering under the moonlight, a mirror reflecting the endless sky. She settled on the familiar rock, allowing the serenity to wash over her. Memories of past struggles mingled with the promise of what lay ahead. The village was changing, not through upheaval, but through the quiet, persistent efforts of those willing to envision something better. Mercy contemplated her place within this evolving tapestry. Her family's reputation had shifted from that of outliers to respected members of the community. Her role as a healer had expanded beyond physical ailments to mending the very fabric of Salem's social connections. She thought of the subtle questioning of authority now stirring among the townsfolk, the willingness to challenge traditions that no longer served them. It was a delicate balance, honouring the values that held true while discarding those that oppressed. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the faint sound of distant laughter. Mercy smiled to herself, feeling a profound sense of peace. Perhaps true strength lies not in grand gestures, she mused aloud, but in steadfast dedication to what is right. The lake responded with a soft ripple, as if affirming her thought. She closed her eyes, breathing deeply, the sense of pine and earth grounding her. Footsteps approached, and she opened her eyes to see Sarah joining her. "I thought I might find you here," her mother said softly. "I needed to reflect," Mercy replied. Sarah sat beside her. "You've come a long way." "We all have," Mercy agreed. "There's still much to be done, but I feel hopeful." "As do I," Sarah said, taking her hand. "You've touched many lives, Mercy. Mine most of all." They sat in companionable silence, the bond between them unspoken yet profound. "Do you think the changes will last?" Mercy asked quietly. "I believe they will," Sarah affirmed, "because they're built on foundations of truth and compassion." Mercy gazed at the moon's reflection on the water. "I want to continue being a force for good in whatever ways I can." "You will," her mother assured her. "It's in your nature." As they made their way back home, Mercy felt a contentment she hadn't known before. The future was unwritten, but it held the promise of possibility. The following days were filled with preparations for the community forum. Mercy worked alongside Nate, Eliza, and Reverend Jacobs, organising speakers and encouraging participation. The enthusiasm was contagious, a collective energy driving them forward. On the day of the forum, the town hall was filled to capacity. Villagers of all ages gathered, their faces reflecting a mix of curiosity and an anticipation. Reverend Jacobs opened the meeting with words of unity and hope. "We are here to forge a new path, one built on mutual respect and open dialogue." One by one, speakers shared their thoughts, some cautious, others impassioned. When it was Mercy's turn, she stood before them with a calm confidence. "Change begins with each of us," she began, "by questioning, by listening, by extending compassion. We have the opportunity to create a community where all voices are heard and valued." She spoke of her experiences, the challenges faced, and the lessons learned. Her words resonated, drawing nods and murmurs of agreement. As she concluded, a warm applause filled the hall. Mercy felt a swell of emotion, gratitude mingling with determination. After the forum, many approached her with expressions of thanks and solidarity. The selectmen who attended engaged in earnest conversations, their former aloofness replaced with a willingness to collaborate. That evening, a celebratory atmosphere enveloped the village. Candles glowed in windows, and laughter echoed through the streets. Mercy found herself once again at Midnight Lake, this time accompanied by Nate. "It's a beautiful night," he remarked. "Indeed," she agreed. "It feels like a new beginning." He took her hand gently. "I'm glad to be sharing it with you." She met his gaze, warmth spreading through her. "As am I." They stood together, the future stretching before them like the star-strewn sky, vast, mysterious, and full of promise. Mercy knew that challenges would continue to arise, that old beliefs would not vanish entirely. But she also knew that she was not alone, that together with those she cared for, they could navigate whatever came their way. As the moon cast its silver light upon the lake, Mercy felt a quiet resolve settle within her. She would remain a steadfast force for truth and justice, guided by the moral courage that defined her. In the gentle embrace of the night, surrounded by the whispers of the wind and the steadfast companionship of Nate, Mercy welcomed the new day dawning in Salem, a day born from reflection, forged through growth, and brightened by hope.